one of the founding members of ideas, who has basically been very crucial part of the efforts over more than 2 decades. The second speaker would be Madam Yuefen. Yuefen was for many years with Untitled in Geneva, and has been in recent years very active with the South Center, particularly working on debt issues. So without any further ado, we invite the two speakers. First, we will hear from Chandrasekhar, and then we will hear from Madam Li. So,
Jomo, morning to everybody. I'm still very impressed on a good Friday morning. It's active. Have 70% attendance or something like that. That's amazing. Anyway, thank you for being here. I must say, to start with, that it's been such a packed and rich discussion over the last 2 days that it's very difficult to actually try and say something which is different or new or innovative. And to add to that, this session has been sort of titled towards an alternative template, restructuring template. So it's as if everybody else has identified the problem and the two of us must give you the solution, which is very difficult, of course. But what I've tried is, with due apologies, really through my lens, my way of seeing things, of what exactly we got to, and then to look at a few possible suggestions on the way in which we can argue that there's a way in which we can go forward to deal with this this problem of debt stress, default, and the absence at the moment of any template which can actually provide a solution which is not just fair and just, but also is actually workable. Okay, what's the context? We've seen this. We are talking about countries which, over a period of time, being embedded in an unequal social order, are characterized by these chronic trade and current account deficits. They have to basically rely on debt in substantial measure because there's only a certain amount of supply side determined flows of foreign direct investment to these countries. So they have to rely on debt, which in the early days, of course, used to be predominantly bilateral and multilateral debt because developing countries or low and middle income countries were shunned by international finance, private international finance. So they took on this debt, and over a period of time, if you have chronic deficits, you obviously accumulate debt to a level where you're borrowing to service new debt to a certain extent. And that puts you at different points of time, different parts of the world, into a situation in which you're trapped in what is an unsustainable external debt situation. Now, what we do know is that if you, as I said, if you take the period prior to the 80s, there was some kind of a self-correcting mechanism in the global order. And that self-correcting mechanism essentially consisted in the fact that both bilateral and multilateral flows of capital to developing countries, so if you exclude private foreign direct investment, were completely determined from the supply side. They were determined by the strategic concerns of the so-called donor countries. And there was a maximum to which these countries, as we know, in terms of the share of ODA, GNP and so on, or GNI, being much less than the 0.7, as Jomo had pointed out, that there was a maximum which was available, which was determined from the supply side. So if you allow your current account deficit to go beyond a certain level, then you obviously are not in a position to be able to obtain the finance to cover that deficit, and which basically means that you had a problem, you needed emergency financing, you went to the IMF, and the IMF basically told you to actually contract your economy such that you can reduce your imports and bring your trade and current account deficit into a balance, in the sense of it's at a level at which it can be financed with the flows that you have. So this was, in some sense, not necessarily a good thing, because it's always the debtor countries which had to adjust, but it basically was some kind of a self-correcting mechanism in this unequal order. Now we know that that changed. That changed in the 1980s. It changed first because of the liquidity which came from the oil shocks. It changed because of the fact that America by then, or the United States, had begun to behave like, as Tobin put it, like it had a mint in its backyard. It had no national budget constraint because the dollar was good as gold. It undertook expenditures which actually allowed it to export capital, even when it was running current account deficits. It allowed it to police the world. It allowed it to fight the Vietnam War, et cetera, and put this huge volume of liquidity into the international system. And finally, when the baby boomer generation had come into the market, they basically had to save for retirement, and therefore you had the pension funds, etc., had accumulated a significant amount of capital, and all of that capital now was looking for new destinations, and that's where first the so-called emerging markets were discovered. And as we went along, we actually had a situation in which, uh, post the 2008 crisis in particular, but even before that, you had a world which, as far as the advanced economies were concerned, monetary policy dominated macroeconomic policy. And a feature of that monetary policy was essentially the large infusion of liquidity through bond buying and other matters into the system at extremely low interest rates. And that capital, too, went to these emerging and frontier markets. So you had this huge supply side push of capital. Now, of course, you can say that there was some supplementing efforts, because what it meant is that countries now actually believe that there is no binding balance of payments constraint. If the current account deficit widens, they can pick up their phone, call New York, call the city of London, whatever it may be, get somebody to syndicate a loan and finance their deficit. But it also is true that it's not merely that you did this because of the fact that it eased your balance of payment situation and gave you a certain degree of policy space, but it also was, there were the debilitating effects of delinquent domestic elites. There was the absence of due diligence on the part of international capital. There was the moral hazard, which came from the fact that ever since the Brady bonds, you actually believe that the Treasury or subsequently other intermediaries like the IMF will protect international finance. So you basically had the absence of due diligence, and all this leads up, of course, to a crisis, which is not just, I wouldn't say it's a debt crisis, it's essentially an external debt crisis. And that also becomes a development crisis for the different reasons which were discussed. I mean, large part of your budget going to service this debt, etc. Now, there are aspects of this restructuring which I want to focus on very briefly. One is that the IMF becomes the principal mediator in the more recent times, when we had this huge increase in the number of defaults. I think 14 defaults between 2020 and the first quarter of 2023, as compared to 19 defaults, according to Fitch, over a period of something like 15 years before that. So you have this serious crisis. The IMF emerges as the principal mediator, but it comes in late. It never comes in time. That's not because of the fact that the IMF wakes up late. I think it's partly because of the fact that if you want to get governments to actually do what you think that they should do in a situation of crisis, you have to push them into a state of desperation in order to be able to get them to actually, prior to even a staff level agreement and post a staff level agreement, through the basis of that agreement, to write in a substantial degree of austerity, which seems to be what you're expecting to do. What you expected to do. Second aspect is of sequencing, which is very interesting. Not only do you have the fact that prior to the staff level agreement, you have a certain set of conditions which are explicitly, so that you have electricity prices rising, trying to reduce your primary deficit, move to begin to do everything which should normally be embedded in a letter of intent. But you begin to do it prior to that. Now, the point is, even after you get a staff level agreement, however, the issue is not even, the first stage is not even resolved, because you need board sanction. And the sequencing has basically meant that in the interim between the staff level agreement and the board sanction, bilateral creditors, the principal bilateral creditors, must be approached by the debtor country government, and you actually have to work out financing assurances in keeping with the DSA. So the IMF decides what needs to be done. It partly decides it on the basis of a document whose method as well as its content is not all that transparent. And it basically states what needs to be actually contributed by different sets of creditors. And you end up with a situation in which you first need to get the bilateral creditors to provide these financing assurances, which puts huge pressure on them. So if China doesn't do it, you say, "Oh, look, at China is delaying everything, holding back the resolution, etc." So you have the sequencing, and you finally, of course, have the board level agreement. But even after you have the board level agreement and the financing assurances, you need to get a written an agreement on the part of the bilateral creditors. Multilateral creditors make some promise, but they actually don't take any restructuring, no haircuts, because they lose the preferred creditor status, they argue. And finally, of course, you need to actually have some kind of an agreement with the private creditors, which, as we know, never really comes. Okay, so so the final analysis, what you have is, if you ask ourselves what exactly is the IMF trying to do through its policies, it claims it's trying to revive investor confidence. So you have you have economic contraction, you have domestic savers required to bail in the debtor by accepting domestic debt restructuring, which has become now common. Of course, Zambia didn't have it, but Ghana had it, Sri Lanka had it. Both of them have implemented it in different forms, but implemented it. And the whole point is, I mean, the evidence is clear that if you have this kind of piece, so that if you set a target, let's say, for external debt to GDP, somebody, but also these policies do not get to two things. One is the fact that you are chronically deficit countries and therefore need policy space to be able to correct that. Otherwise, you're going to have the same thing. You have the HIPIC initiative, you have an MDRI, and still you have the same countries getting into another debt crisis because of these chronic deficits. And the second thing is, you do not allow any capital controls of significance because of the fact that you say that you must maintain a structural sense might be the obvious things to do when you have this kind of vulnerability. Okay, so uh, well, I'm not going to do this. Now, the thing is, the restructuring conundrum begins with the fact that, of course, that the multilateral creditors wouldn't take a haircut, because it's very clear that you need a haircut. And if you need a haircut, then there are three sets out there: the bilaterals, the multilaterals, and the private creditors, combination of commercial banks and bondholders and others. But one set don't do this. And that's quite important because of the fact that, as a consequence of the aid fatigue of the developed industrial nations, a large part of the flow of what could be called official credit from the advanced market economy nations essentially goes through multilateral channels. There's very little they have in terms of the bilateral kitty. The bilateral kitty, of course, in most cases, not Ghana, but Zambia definitely, Sri Lanka definitely, is dominated by China. So you really are saying that there is now a player out there who doesn't have influence on the principal interlocutor or the mediator, which is the IMF, which has to accept what it puts into its DSA and has to take much of the burden, because in practice, we know that what is written into that DSA is a very small haircut for private creditors when compared to what the market is demanding. If you actually look at what's the prices at which those bonds, those stressed bonds, let us say, are trading in private markets, secondary markets globally. So you basically want to see China as being the agency which will take a large part of the burden in order to be able to ensure this. Now, I just want to tactic, focusing on aggregate debt, focusing on aggregate debt. That is the total amount of, let's say, public debt to GDP, fiscal deficit to GDP, etc., without discriminating between external and domestic debt, is diversionary, because of the fact that you're actually diverting attention from the fact that what the reason you have the external debt problem is because of the nature of the international system. But as far as domestic credit is concerned, you're basically saying that this is credit which has to be repaid in a currency over which the local government and the central bank has control. But the local government and the central bank, everybody knows, doesn't have control over hard currency, particularly in countries which are not reserve currency countries. So therefore, they're two completely different problems requiring very different ways of resolution. But by combining them, since it is inevitably going to be true that domestic debt is going to be a dominant share of total debt of the sovereign, you're going to actually divert attention from what really needs to be done. So if you're talking about an alternative template, of course, and this is being done at the expense of whom? Of pension funds, and therefore those who saved for their pensions, of commercial banks who are going to have problem providing credit subsequently, and so on and so forth. So you're going to have an additional dose of austerity through the DDR mechanism in order to be able to proceed. Now, I just want to say, where do we begin? First, of course, if you're trying to build an alternative template, haircuts are crucial. I mean, there's no way. This is unsustainable debt. We've seen it before. We'll have to do it again. So negotiations must be based on some transparent estimates of haircuts, which must be based on a multilaterally defined idea of comparability of treatment. The IMF in its DSA cannot implicitly have a definition of comparability of treatment and say, oh, this is the way it's going to work, because finally you're going to negotiate burden of adjustment. Since they don't have too much in the bilateral treaty, much of their money goes through the so evidence, look at the level of haircuts. Sri Lanka, it was pointed out, 30% haircut. What is 30% haircut when Sri Lankan bonds were trading at 40 cents to a dollar? That is 60%. Already the market is defined for you. So it's not a neutral pair. It's actually, like it was in the case of the role of the Treasury in Brady bonds, the IMF is now the front manager to actually ensure that the private creditors get off with a pretty good deal after having taken out substantial sums on the basis of their sort of risk combined interest premium. But still, these private creditors are intransigent, so including the commercial banks and bondholders. So we need to have, like the New York law, like what might happen but we need to go further than that. We need to say that if you're going to reform the international financial system, you're not just going to reform the IMF and the World Bank. We want the IMF out. They are not neutral technocratic players. Move that into the UN, as it has been suggested. But we also need the advanced economies as part of the reform of the IFA to change the laws so that you can actually impose, as you can on the debtor countries, which have to do all the adjustment, or on some of the bilaterals, you force through some form of moral suasion to actually accept the terms of the IMF DSA. You should be able to force the private creditors to come to the table and accept what is not an IMF determined haircut, but an haircut determined on the basis of a transparent understanding of what constitutes comparability of treatment by a multilateral body, which must be under the auspices of an organization like the UN. We also know that even if you get to all of this, you're really going to have an interim when there has to be more liquidity which goes to these countries, because they're not going to immediately be able to adjust. Okay. So, maybe purpose specific SDRs. You say that if a country actually goes through a restructuring negotiation through this more democratic and participative channel, then there must be an automatic issue, or there must be a kitty of SDRs from which they issued a certain amount of SDRs over the term of the restructuring period. Not the IMF's, let's say, what was it, 3 billion in a context of 51 billion debt in Sri Lanka? Not like that. You actually work out a reasonable sum of cheap liquidity, which is available during the interim. Now, the point is, we are really talking about the ambience of an unequal post-colonial societies where the desire to consume, particularly of the elite, and the capacity to produce is low. That's why partly you have these chronic deficits. So we need to get into a situation of a medium-term strategy, which is where I come to an end, which shifts attention from the proximate factors that precipitated the post-pandemic crisis, for example. That is, you want to say that, oh, it's the pandemic, it's the Ukraine invasion, it's the increase in interest rates. No, it's a long embedded inequality, which leads to chronic deficits, which have to be financed with debt, which then requires you to borrow more to finance the repayments on that debt. So therefore, we have to limit import dependence. We have to restore domestic space, which allows you to do this. You must impose rules that limit external liability liabilities even for the sovereign. That is, you say that listen, we are not going to put controls on how much you can borrow domestically in your local currency, but conceal. You should open production cycles where you are forced to import a certain set of manufactured goods, for example, and that would require changes to IPR rules. You need to diversify exports. It's not enough to plug into global value chains. That doesn't give you value addition of any significance, but you actually need to have a proper export-based strategy where you build your national champions and generate value addition and employment. And final thing is this can't be done alone. You need regional markets. You need South-South trade, particularly for smaller countries. Which are the countries which are most vulnerable? You need not monitored by and with surveillance from the IMF, like the Chiang Mai initiative, but with your own mechanisms of actually ensuring that that funds are used. And finally, maybe no single country in this kind of an unequal world where these powerful brokers, backed by these powerful governments, it's not going to happen. So finally, well, if you want to be nice, you can say we need debtors coalitions. I think we need debtors cartels. We need a cartel which basically says you either take what we offer through our template, which we think is reasonable, or let's see where the crisis takes you, your banks, your financial institutions, and of course, us as well. Thank you.
Can we take this? No, I use mine. Oh, sorry.
Connect.
No, I'm okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank thank all the organizers for inviting me to this very important meeting. Thanks go to Chandra, Charles, Jomo, all the organizers. This is a very important meeting. Since I'm among the last speakers, I feel there has been so much wisdom in the room. Everything has been said. Whatever I'm going to say will be a repetition, especially after Chandra. What I prepared, I don't want to overlap too much, so I will speak from my meeting notes. I think what we've talked a lot about the current debt landscape, and we can see it's quite different, and also debt restructuring. They are quite different from several decades ago. One important thing I would like to highlight here is the large size, the magnitude of the debt owned by developing countries. If you think back to the HAPIC days, the entire debt relief for 36 countries was only 76 billion US dollars, and that was a comprehensive debt relief. And right now, if you look at African debt alone, it accounts to about 1.2 or 1.3 trillion US dollars. So the larger size of debt owned by developing countries itself makes debt restructuring very difficult. You need to have greater amount of liquidity. Of course, you also have the problem of debt composition, which many people talked about in the past 2 days. For instance, if you look at African debt, 43% is owed to private sectors and about 34% owed to multilateral institutions. So these two combined constitute about 80% of the total African debt, which means debt restructuring, you must, as Chandra mentioned just now, and many others mentioned in the past 2 days, that you must involve the multilateral development banks, even though they have enjoined the kind of special status, but they have to join because of the size, the magnitude, and the requirement for the need of liquidity. And if you look at bilateral official debt, it has been really declined. For Africa, it's about 23%. And for China, it's about 10 to 12%. So this kind of narrative given or prescribed or described in the mass media is not really correct, because it's a kind of geopolitics overshadowing the intellectual objectivity. I'll come back to that once again. So first thing is about its size and composition, which requires special ways for debt restructuring. And we also realize that for not only African countries, for most of the debtor countries nowadays, the rolling of debt service actually depends on new borrowing. And we know that if you ask central bank governors, you ask Jose and Antonio, and you ask finance ministers, they all have a habit that every day they need to check the spread, because they are very much afraid that anything negative would increase the debt spread, and that would increase tremendously debt servicing and cost them a lot of money. So this dependence on rolling over old debt by raising new debt is a terrible weakness for the countries. For instance, after Ghana lost market access for 2 years, Ghana had to declare default. The same with other countries, like Sri Lanka, like others, they all have the same problem. So this would mean that credit rating is terribly, terribly important for these countries. If you recall the DSSI initiative under G20, 73 countries were eligible, but only about 48 countries use DSSI. It's not because they don't need the money, it's because they were afraid that once they tapped into DSSI, their credit rating will be downgraded. Even though in the process, credit rating agencies announced very clearly, if you only touch upon official bilateral lenders, you don't touch private sectors, the rating will be maintained at the same level. Still, not all countries applied to use DSSI. So here it shows that debt restructuring is becoming also much more difficult, because the reliance on the international capital market and the fear of the credit rating agencies. For this, I wrote a piece, an article a couple of years ago. We know very well the credit rating agencies, the three major ones, were completely American, and they are regulated by US SEC. And also there are lots of conflict of interest and cross-holding of shares. Lots of things are there. So the bias of credit rating agencies is kind of embedded with the nature of these three major credit rating agencies. So this is something that I would like to emphasize. And also I would like to go to explain a little bit why there is a decline of Paris Club bilateral official creditors. And if you look at African countries, very little Paris Club creditors involved in the African debt. This is mainly because of the HIPC initiative. Yesterday, someone said that these countries were burned by the HIPC initiative. Actually, they shouldn't be. If you look at the HIPC initiative, first of all, it's not terribly large. Secondly, the responsibility, the cost is very much shared. There was the sales of IMF gold, and also there were pledges by the major donor countries. So, for instance, the United States also pledged $28 billion. Up to now, the US has not paid for this $28 billion. The rest of the countries paid. So actually, this HIPC initiative, about 44% was shouldered by the multilateral institutions. So the burden is big, but the memory of the creditors, I have my friends wrote pieces to say that creditors have a short memory, but in this case, the memory is very long. After HIPC initiative, the Paris Club bilateral official lenders almost completely retreated from bilateral lending, and there was 70% plunge of official bilateral lending. Here is a problem. That is, when you talk about debt restructuring, it's not featuring that permanently right now. And also I know a number of Paris Club members already declared they are no longer bilateral donors. So they only donate to multilateral institutions. This is a change of the landscape. However, we know that African countries really need a lot of financing for development. And also there is another factor that the island has this population boom, which is good. It could be a kind of demographic dividend, but it can also be a burden. You have to feed all the mouths. So if you look at the catching up process, and you will see that Africa as a whole, the GDP by size has grown quite a bit. But if you look at per capita GDP for several decades, the African continent remains flat, stagnant per capita. So this requirement for financing for infrastructure, for development, and also for turning them from commodity exporters to more value-added exports require financing. Where does the financing come from? Here comes China. China came in to lend quite a great deal to the African continent. Yesterday, someone talked about, I won't repeat, but it was mostly for infrastructure and some of the productive and other things. And another major source was turning to private bond floating for getting the financing. Ghana was the first country in the African continent to float Euro bonds back in 2007. And after that, we know there was a decade of very expansionary monetary policy and also quantitative easing, which means there's a lot of liquidity floating. Were really pressed to get higher yield. So here comes the kind of tide for African countries to float euro or other bonds. And at that time, I worked for UNCTAD. I went to these meetings for African finance ministers and governors, and every minister was talking about floating their own bond. So the interest rate was not terribly high. And then a couple of years later, I went to the annual meeting of Bank and Fund, And I was attending the African Ministers of Finance meeting together with KPMG. And KPMG was really a kind of underwriter for bonds. So we too had two different tones. I was telling the African finance ministers, please be cautious, think about your debt carrying capacity. And KPMG would say this is the best golden chance for you to float bonds. And in the end, I failed. And we know about 12 or 15 African countries floated large size of bonds. So this actually the beginning of the African countries tapping into the private sector. And there are lots of fluctuations of interest rate and also mismatches of currency and original thing. You can see all kinds of problems from this. So, and here we also yesterday and the day before, we also talked about the difficulty of the participation of private sector. Working, and we know there are several models in working. What kind of opportunity which have structure actually had it a long time ago. And people here and myself, we've been talking and written about reforming of the international debt architecture for decades. How much we have seen changed? Very little, incremental, yeah. And in UNCTAD, between 2008 to 2015, we worked on a set of responsible principles for sovereign lending and borrowing. I was very much involved. I led a team on that. And the UNGA resolution actually endorsed that. That was taken from our analytical work. And that was a very inclusive process. We had IMF there, we have World Bank there, and the Paris Club Secretary General, and the famous scholars in the debt world. We have a who's who in the team to design the principles. It was endorsed by voting. But in the UNGA, habitually, procedurally, normally, it was by consensus. But we could not get it passed. First of all, for us, the timing was not right, but members wanted to rush. I don't want to say that. We passed the resolution. So what? Nothing happened. It actually killed our project because at that time we were working on this roadmap on debt restructuring, and we mentioned about debt standstill, independent debt authorities. By that time, we called about independent debt institutes, which will do the DSA and advise countries and all that. But after this resolution, here comes the power play for the reform of international financial architecture and debt architecture. Because the major countries were against this resolution, after that, first of all, the funding for our project was suspended, and we had to return $1 million to the donors. Secondly, the work is basically dead because developed countries, originally Germany, Italy, Belgium, they were all endorsing us. And after that, they all disengaged. So that was a sentence of death for the project. Here is the kind of a power play. We have all the best ideas, best template. But if you don't have the support of the major stakeholders, you can go nowhere. The same with other initiatives you propose. If you look at a common framework, there is too much emphasis and too much expectations of common framework. It was, first of all, not designed to be like a debt restructuring kind of new model, new mechanism. It was not designed to be so. If you're reading two letters, it meant for kind of extending a maturity. And it didn't mean to have a new debt restructuring mechanism. And right now, the debt restructuring is still really mastered, really be driven by the IMF. IMF does the DSA, which decides the magnitude of debt restructuring, debt relief, and my IMF really monitors the implementation of IMF program. They also mediate the kind of debt negotiation. At one meeting, quite important meeting, I just mentioned, I said for DSA, we had so many mistakes, or over-optimistic, and there was a calculation wrong in the model, led to major suffering of that country, Greece. So I said, why don't you involve the United Nations in the designing of the DSA? Guess what happened? I was hugely attacked by the IMF and by some major stakeholders. So here you could see that you want to have this to be kind of controlled or governed or intervened by the United Nations, but the current political governance, the current system will not allow that to happen. We can continue to try. 1 minute. Yeah, half minute. So what can we try? Reform the quota system and also rechanneling the SDR and change that. And also right now is a good opportunity for Africa, because Africa, you have a new executive chairman in the IMF board, and South Africa is going to be the next G20 president. And also the African Union now is the 21st member of the G20. I think this is the time for Africa to play a more important role and also initiate changes to international debt architecture and international financial architecture as a whole. Thank you very much.
Presentations. We are, as you can imagine, running a little bit behind time. We are now 5 minutes before 10, and we are supposed to end at 10. But since we started late, and since nobody else has access to this microphone, let me allow us a little bit more time for some discussion. I would appeal once again, especially since this is Good Friday, a day when we honor martyrdom, that you recognize the time constraint which we have, and please raise questions which deal with the subject matter of this session. And if there are very specific questions, I'm sure both Professor Chandrasekhar and Madam Li will be very happy to talk to you in private about very, very specific things. But for the general interest and to advance the debate, please make your interventions now, briefly, please.
Yes, at the back there and in front.
Okay. Thank you all for the great presentation. My question is very brief. How do you see the role of leadership in getting us out of this? Do you think that our political leaders do rightly understand the stakes? And do you see we do have the sort of leadership in Africa that could enable us to actually bring that collective action that you both have been referring to? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Andrea, microphone for her, please. Up in front.
Thank you. Good morning. Just very briefly as well, how likely, and please don't laugh about my question, how likely do you see that credit rating agencies could change the way they assess multilateral development banks? This is a problem that was mentioned by Chandra in terms of their AAA and how they try to assess that rating being judged as a private investment banks, and how likely do you see that Chinese credit rating agencies or someone else in the world can fit into the market to be able to give a reality check to all of this? Thank you.
Thank you. Ahilan?
Thank you. Just a quick question in terms of what could we be advocating more broadly as countries from the global south? So, for example, we are pushed to pass the Public Finance Management Act, but can we advocate that all countries say that no more floating of sovereign bonds as a kind of something that we would want our parliaments to push? Or can we advocate more broadly that, for example, that any kind of debt that we get, even from the international capital markets, that it has to be somehow in local currency so that we don't take that currency risk? What could we broadly advocate for? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Kamal Ramrith from Johannesburg. My question is just around the treaty, some kind of treaty or independent debt mechanism. And the question is, what do you see the interaction between a treaty and an independent debt mechanism being as a first question, and where would that be situated? I know that Professor Ocampo thinks that would be best situated at the IMF. I've heard other people saying things like perhaps at UNDESA. Where would such a treaty-based organization, mechanism, or unit be set up? And then the second question, about this is around comparability of treatment and the predictability of comparability of treatment, and what both the speakers think about the potential for a model whereby the comparability of treatment is determined by the level of concessionality from each creditor, and that would give a predictable, consistent measure of comparability of treatment that would allow a faster and more transparent process of restructuring when country is going to default. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jason Braganza from the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. I just wanted to ask the question, given that we've been talking about international architecture and the role that the African continent can play in reforming or rethinking what that looks like, and the recent session into the G20. The politics, I think, Jomo, you mentioned this a couple of days ago, that a lot of these conversations are less technical and more political when it comes to that level, and particularly with the debt situation. So with that line of thought, to what extent do we need to give a bit more thought to the legal implications around reconceiving the G20 now that the African Union Commission is a fully fledged member? Are there implications for it's not changing its name? And what does that mean for the African continent that is being represented through a legally established institution through the AUC, not being formally recognized within that within the G20 in its naming normative nomenclature. And I just wanted to sort of ask the panel how they see that in relation to the political dimension of the representation of the continent when it comes to financial architecture discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Suad.
Thank you very much. Well, I have two questions. One was similar to this one. Is the G20 becoming G21 legally, or is it going to be G20 plus 0? Because if we're not going to be recognized as full members, the G7 and the G8 are two different things. So why is it G20 not a G21? We will need to know that. Related to that is the question of the cause. We heard many people calling for a club. So because there is the Paris Club and the Madrid Club, where is the African Club? A club to do what? Why that much mimetism in 2024 where we need to have a club? It's a club to do what? Why is it supposed to even be called club? Who is calling on the club? What do they want the club to be? And why are we even in the mindset of having a club? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'll close the interventions at this point. If I may ask,
Okay, I want to answer all of them. I just to one, on the leadership question, I think there's enough evidence in the history of Africa to show that there are great leaders who came from this continent. So I don't think you can be critical of particular leaders, but I don't think there is a fundamental shortage of leadership anywhere in the global south. On the MDBs and credit rating agencies, I don't know why are MDBs the way they, why do they demand what they are? Because these are treaty-based organizations. They are supposed to, they have, based on either, quotas or other forms of voting strength, they have the backing in particular of the developed market economies. Therefore, the implicit assumption is that if at any point of time, what they borrow from markets, they cannot actually deliver on the servicing, that they would be backed up by the financial power of countries which basically have the reserve currency. So one is, there should be automatically a AAA rating independent of whether there's default or not, because it should be that the default is covered by the principal backers and those who hold the majority votes. And the second thing is, you're saying that this, this is a treaty-based organization. So that the basic thing would be that you wouldn't be subject to complete and deep default because the debtor country is also a member. So the debtor country by treaty in some sense is bound. So one would normally think, independent of any credit rating agency, the MDB should be AAA. So if they're actually using this idea of credit rating agencies, it's because of the fact that they want to protect themselves from taking haircuts, and they are backed by those who put most of their money into the multilateral. I just one last thing about the comparability of treatment. Finally, it's a question of a definition. Finally, you can have a net present value, then you have to agree on the discount rate. We can agree on what's going to be. But I think as far as the IMF is concerned, the way in which the IMF is using the G20's comparability of treatment argument is to say that I would fix the maximum ceiling of the haircut because I'm going to fix what the private creditor is going to get. So if I say there's going to be a 30% haircut for the private creditor, implicitly, I'm putting a ceiling, if you apply comparability of treatment, on all haircuts, because of the fact that you'd say that, listen, this is what you specified for the Sri Lankan private creditors. So why should any bilateral accept anything else? And if the multilateral ever accept haircuts, why should they accept anything more? So the problem with comparability of treatment is not, the problem with comparability of treatment is what's the benchmark? There has to be a benchmark, an anchor on the basis of which you use comparability of treatment. If the anchor becomes the haircut which you want to use to let off the private sector with low losses, then you're never going to get a decent level of restructuring use the word either coalitions or cartels as far as, and I think it matters because of the fact that no single nation, which is at the losing end of the global, unequal global order, would be in a position to be able to actually get away with a case of implementing something which the IMF does not prescribe. And therefore, we need to get a lot of them together. And we're going to get a lot of them together. It has to be essentially on the basis of some kind of a coalition. And given the way the Paris Club or anybody else behaves, I think it's better to call it honestly a cartel.
Thank you very much. There is a question also from one of our remote participants, and I will now turn to Madam Li to respond.
Well, looking at this question, I agree completely, but I don't know how we can really operationalize that because if you look at the UNGA resolutions, it's not a treaty, it's not really binding. And the only thing really binding in the UN is the decisions of the UN Security Council. So how to make this happen? This is something I think we have to fight together by the G77, by the developing countries, and to make this a reality. But I don't see that will happen in short term. Relating to other questions about the MDB, their ratings, first of all, I see that they have been recapitalizing, and for the World Bank, there is another replenishment of IDA, and many countries have pledged for that. And the MDBs and IMF and the World Bank, they all hold tremendous amount of gold. They can do once again like what happened during the HIPICs, they can sell their gold. But right now, the discussion within the IMF is, no, we don't want to sell the gold, which means they having sufficient money. But last year in Marrakesh, they managed to get the agreement to raise by 50% their capital. Is a really big raise. So can we mention that to say that we really need to have haircut by the multilaterals? I think we can probably. For the comparability, traditionally by data, the private sectors have really had much less haircuts, debt relief comparing to official sector. And this is not really in line with the comparability clause. But of course, this comparability clause itself is quite ambiguous. If you read it word by word, it legally can be interpreted in different ways, which means further work need to be done. And models, they're very different. I look at some of the models, they're quite different. So how to arrive at something that can be endorsed and agreed by all relating to comparability, I think that is something we need to continue to work on. About this G21 or whatever, I think G20 probably will continue to expand. I heard that this year there will be 5 or 4 countries want to join G20. So in the end, it seems that G20 is really blooming and expanding. So we don't know when they are going to change their name. Let me stop here.
I'll respond. A couple of days ago, Daniel Kahneman, who never took a course in his life in economics, but got the Nobel Prize in economics, he passed away. Now, basically, I think very key to a lot of what we are trying to understand are the incentives for finance ministers and central bank governors' behavior. So I remember about more than 2 decades ago, there was a celebration of a central bank anniversary, the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the central bank in my own country. Central bank governors from all over the developing world came for that meeting, and they were the ones to challenge the speaker who raised questions about inflation targeting. Okay, where did inflation target of 2% come from? It came from an ambitious finance minister who, in 1989, he thought that if he reduced inflation to 2%, it would be a good idea. This was in New Zealand, the smallest country in the so-called developed world. And what he consulted the Reserve Bank of New Zealand governor, asked the Reserve Bank of New Zealand governor, and he said, how does it sound? 2 by 92. Okay, this is 1989 conversation. Does it sound good to you? And that was his slogan to become the leader of the party. Of course, he failed to become leader of the party, but that 2 by 92 has magically, when Chairman, US Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell talks about 2% inflation target, where does it come from? You know, it comes from basically a children's story. I mean, it's equivalent to that. Okay, so a lot of the behavior of finance ministers and central bank governors is based on a mythology promoted by the very institutions which we have come to trust. So I think we have to be very, very critical about this. But how do we incentivize the African finance ministers and central bank governors to behave differently than they have been? And this is a big problem. You can have all the great resolutions which are usually determined by the foreign ministries at the UN. But what does it amount to? So, now remember, when Roosevelt wanted to have the Bretton Woods meeting, he realized that the disaster before World War II was due to the problems of macrofinance. He recognized that. And so the original name of the Bretton Woods meeting was the United Nations Conference. Okay, there was no United Nations in those days, but it was called the United Nations Conference, and as the name of the World Bank, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The whole idea was to think about it. And because Latin American countries were represented, the majority of people at Bretton Woods were developing countries. But look at how governance has changed in the IMF and elsewhere. So there's a lot to be done. And often we find that the people who are appointed to finance ministries and so on are appointed precisely because they spend a bit of time in New York, they spend it in Wall Street, they spend a bit of time in the city of London, rather than because of their appreciation of the history of how this system has come about. So I think we have a huge challenge, and it is important for those of us who are involved in this issue to really do a lot of public education to raise the level of awareness about the many myths which exist. And if we had more time, there was one more question which I just passed to Yuefen to respond to. If we had more time, I think we would all get benefit from the experience of a two-time finance minister. And I'm referring to Mr. Ocampo. Professor Ocampo was finance minister in the 1990s, and he was again finance minister recently of Colombia. And Colombia has a certain level of competence in dealing with financial and monetary matters. And so you have a quality of debate which is quite significant there. So we need to So if you have the opportunity, do talk to him, because there's much we can all learn about the true history of international financial system and the monetary system. I still cannot get myself to say architecture, but Yuefen, you have the last word.
Not the last word. I'm just trying to answer this question. The question says, outside the IMF World Bank toolbox, what role can African governments play on transnational corporations to enable them address the debt crisis, given that their activities regularly challenge and require effective governance mechanism? I think this is an excellent question, and I feel very passionate about this question. As said, for multinationals, African countries should demand them to do two things. First of all, pay tax, because many multinationals, they avoid paying taxes, and they are getting a lot out of the African continent, especially from the extractive industries and even from cocoa. Yeah, that's one thing, because this is very much related to the level of revenue of African countries to enable them to service and raise debt. Another very important issue is don't monopolize technology, because multinationals really do not want to transfer technology to allow African countries to have more value added from their production, from their exports. So the African countries, many of them are still locked to the position of being raw material exporters. Recently, I went to one country and we had a meeting, kind of summit. I don't want to say which country, which company. Anyway, that country discovered oil, and the multinational said, we'll help you to dig the oil out from underneath, and also we'll process the oil. We want to process the oil 100%. So you can imagine how much that country can get out of each barrel of oil. So from the government, they are negotiating, said, how about 80%? No way. This multinational is very powerful. And then they said, no, we actually want to have 50%, and now 80% you don't agree. So, which means they want to control the processing of oil and also other commodities the same.
Thank you very much, Madam Li, and thank you also to Professor Chandrasekhar for the responses. Thank you for your cooperation in keeping the questions short. I think we now have run about 20 minutes over time, but I'm sure the subsequent sessions will make up for the time. Thank you very much to the audience.
Okay, so it's not. It's not this one. There is a change. Can we send that in? Because you don't go to me that Redge will. Which day you plan to go? Peter Doyle and then Aaron. Good morning, everyone. So we will begin this second panel, announcing you that there is a little change in the program. The second panel will be about critical perspectives on alternative debt restructuring. And we will have with us our guests and keynote speaker, Peter Doyle and Aaron Thegeya. Yao Graham will be with presenting, not presenting this afternoon, so Redge and Nkosi will be with Ndongo in the afternoon session. So as we have much more time than planned, allow me to bring some thoughts from these 2 days of conference and the lesson I personally learned from it. I have listened with great interest the presentation of our guests and honorable speakers, and please allow me to share these lessons with you. As we have seen from different contributions, that history is repeating itself. And as a Tunisian philosopher said, I quote, his name is Ibn Khaldun, history is in its surface nothing more than information, but it's in investigation. And in our duty to investigate the reasons of our failures and do lesson I have learned is no matter if you are in a democratic transition or under dictatorship, no matter if you get a loan from the IMF or refused it, every weakness, every vulnerability was and will be a leverage for the capitalist class to advance on their interest and on their project. So we need to address our vulnerabilities because it's a leverage for them. And it's an opportunity for them to continue to accumulate by dispossession. And we know that the burden of adjustment will and will always be on the shoulders of the weakers. We know it from our individual country experiences, and we know it also from our collective experience. The pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the genocide happening now in Gaza before our eyes. If we don't address our vulnerabilities, we'll be the losers. The third point I wanted to raise is about alternatives. We talked a lot about increased collaboration, building institutions, unity, regional integration, debtor or capital of borrowers or club, which are all important contributions to be developed, planned. But let me notice that when we are in crisis, repetitive crisis, it's hard to plan. It's hard to build. It's even hard to think, if not to survive. So let me stress upon the issue of solidarity. Solidarity is a key in times of crisis. From where to bring medicine, from where to bring wheat, from where to bring sugar, coffee, when we do not have access to foreign currency. Cuba have sent medical staff to Togo in the heart of the pandemic. We received in Tunisia oxygen from Algeria when people were suffocating in the hospitals of lack of oxygen. Mauritania sent us fish in the times of the pandemic. I mean, important issue that we need to work across countries, not only between African countries, but between us as Global South, is this mechanism of solidarity that will help us not to collapse during crisis. And that can later be developed on with preemptive mechanism for resilience, and could be the basis for further collaboration, unity, integration, and so on. So these are the main lessons I have learned. And today I'm also very keen to welcome with you Aaron Thegeya and Peter Doyle for this second panel of this third day of the conference. Let me introduce Peter Doyle, which will present us the primary fiscal balance. What is the right medium-term target number for Africa? Peter is an independent economic researcher. He previously held the position of senior economist at the International Monetary Fund, where he served as an economist focusing on Hungary, South Africa, Namibia, Lithuania, Czech Republic, Slovak Republic. Before joining the IMF, Peter worked at the Bank of England and was a fellow of the Overseas Development Institute. And I will also present Aaron Thegeya, who will be tackling the dual challenge policies to mitigate debt fragility and deepen climate adaptation finance in Africa. Aaron Thegeya is director at Alicote Ltd, an economics and technology consulting firm. He was previously senior economic advisor to the Deputy Chief of Staff, Executive Office of the President of Kenya. In addition, he has previously worked as an economist at the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Aaron holds a PhD in economics, which he obtained from the University of Oxford and as a Rhodes Scholar. He also completed a postdoctoral research fellowship at the Said Business School, University of Oxford. So the floor is yours, Peter. You have 50 minutes. 15.
Okay, thank you very much. Every single IMF program for a restructuring case is anchored by a specific number for the primary balance in the medium term. So the question is, what is the right number? And I'm going to try and answer that question today for you in 15 minutes and do a lot more as well. The basic intuition behind the answer is incredibly simple. If you're going to undertake any kind of developmental activity, so for example, let's say you're learning how to run, you're learning how to sprint. How do you do it? A simple way is to look at what the best sprinters do and ask, how did they do that? How did they get there? And we should do that. So you have a conditioning variable age when you're doing that exercise. You might, another conditioning variable for that might be gender. But the basic intuition is do what the best do. So the question is, what is the best? What do the best do with regard to the medium-term primary balance? And why am I focusing on the medium-term primary balance in this exercise? Not only because it's the anchor of all IMF programs, including debt restructuring, but also because it sits at the heart of that famous debt equation. You know, R minus G gives you the debt thing with the primary balance. So the primary balance is crucial to the debt trajectory. But the primary balance is also the difference between revenue and non-interest spending. So it's giving you the entire structure of government fiscal policy, putting the two together. If that number is wrong, then the prescription for this country is seriously off. You've got to get this number right. Okay, in order to walk you through how to get what the best do on the primary balance for Africa, I'm going to take you first of all out of Africa to your diaspora in Jamaica. And it will become clear to you in a minute why I'm taking you to your diaspora first. So Jamaica, for most of this period, for the last 30 years, has been operating under IMF programs. If you can read those two numbers, the GDP per capita growth in Jamaica over those 30 years has just been, it's so small, I look at it, 0.3. It's, in other words, a crawling growth under all these IMF programs. And you can see in the right-hand side, the primary balance on average over the last 30 years in Jamaica is 7.3%. An astonishing number on average over 30 years. So the question is, well, was that the best? Was that the right primary balance for Jamaica to try and achieve? Well, in order to answer what the best is for Jamaica, you say, okay, my conditioning variable is going to be Jamaica's GDP per capita. I'm going to look at countries in Jamaica's GDP per capita neighborhood, 20 above Jamaica, 20 below Jamaica's GDP per capita. And I'm going to ask what the best growth rates were and what they did with regard to their primary balance. So on we go. When I take the 10 countries which are in GDP per capita neighborhood of Jamaica with the highest growth rates, and I split them into two groups. The top group, they've got GDP per capita a little bit higher than Jamaica, the lower group a little bit lower than Jamaica. I then can see that they achieve very high growth rates. I have to deal with the Usain Bolt problem. So the next thing I do is I take out the very top ones, because I don't want to be trying to say Jamaica, oddly enough, should follow Usain Bolt. And you can see that one of the countries that drops out of the group there is China. So the red countries are now dropped from my comparator. That leaves me 8 peer group comparisons. I can then do a simple aggregate of them at the bottom. So you can see that their GDP per capita as a group is very close to Jamaica. You can also see what their growth rate was at the bottom, the lower right-hand bubble. They got growth of 4% on average every year over the same period that we're trying to compare with Jamaica, right? And at the very bottom now, I just do the difference between Jamaica and its now best performing peers. What's the difference between Jamaica and the best performing peers? And you can see that Jamaica's growth in GDP per capita fell far short, 3.7 percentage points per year for 30 years, a huge gap. So now the question is, okay, what did these best performing peers do on their primary balance? What was it? And there on the far right-hand column are the primary balance numbers of the best peers. At the top bubble, you can see Jamaica plus 7.3. The bottom bubble, the best peers, have a deficit of minus 0.3. So if you want to understand why Jamaica performed so badly under IMF programs under over 30 years, a key answer will be they did not follow best practice on the primary balance target. Jamaica averaged plus 7. The best peers say it should have been minus 0.3. And to give you an idea of the significance of that in sort of more plain English, the implication of these numbers is, had Jamaica under IMF programs instead applied the best peer primary balance of minus 0.3, its GDP per capita in 2019 would have been 3 times higher than it was. That is a measure of the cost of getting this answer wrong. Okay, this exercise does not just give you the aggregate answer for what the right primary balance number is. It also gives you a range. If you took those two bubbles now, range of the growth rates of the best performing peers, and they range between, in the interquartile range, between 3.5 and 4.5. Because there's not a specific number that you get out of the best peers. And if you look at the interquartile range for the primary balances from the best peers, it's from about 0.7 to minus 0.9. So we're not implying there's absolute precision here. You can see the range of what the best peers are doing. Okay, I'm not here to talk to you primarily about Jamaica, but Jamaica, why I've picked Jamaica will become clear very soon. So if I'm going to answer this question, not only for Africa, but for the world, well, in the next step of the analysis, I do this exercise I've just described to you for every single country in the world. So for every single country in the world over this period, I form a peer group of its best peers. I take 5 above, 5 below. I get rid of the Usain Bolt extreme and I say, what does the best peers do in every single country in the world over this period? And I'm conditioning all the way through by GDP per capita. All right. So I'm now going to get a global answer to the question of what is the right medium-term primary balance as informed by the best performers in the world. Okay, first part of the answer. These are the growth rate numbers of the best guys over the last 30 years. The dots in blue at the top are the upper end of the range. The dots in red are the middle of that range. And the black dots at the bottom are the lower end of the range. To make it slightly simpler to read, I do a moving average of them. And that's just telling you what the top performers across the entire world have done for the past 30 years. And it's pretty good. First of all, note that these numbers are high. Okay. But more significantly for the case of Africa, look what I find in this range, which is where most of the Africa, At the lower levels of GDP per capita, you find what I call a growth springboard. So that as the level of GDP per capita grows, so does the best growth rate rise. That means that in the African context, if you are getting the specification of this medium-term primary balance wrong, Africa is paying a particularly high price for that error. Because you not only lose the immediate gains, you also lose the fact that when you've made those gains, your best possible growth rate goes up. So it is particularly important for Africa that this number is right. I won't spend time on it, but you can see the middle income trap and some very interesting findings about it there, but this is not a conference about the middle income group, so I shall move on. Okay, so that's what the best guys did for growth. What did the best guys do for their primary balances over the past 30 years? Once again, the blue dots at the top are the upper end of the range. The red dots in the middle are the average primary that the best guys do, and the black dots are the lower. Again, to make it a bit more readable, I average them and I fit simple logarithmic functions to the three. From this picture, just notice how good the fit is of that simple functional form. From there, that is my answer. This is the right medium-term primary balance target for the world, because that is what the best guys do. Notice some things. Start off with where Africa is. You will see that the best guys are running primary deficits of between -3 and -1. So those of you who were here during the CFA presentation when I said this general notion that says deficits equal irresponsible, these data directly contradict that. If you're at lower levels of GDP per capita, this is what the best guys do. Okay? In contrast, at upper levels, are called advanced world, their optimal primary balances are tighter. So what's going on here? If you take a step back and you say, at a conceptual level, what are you doing when you set a medium-term primary balance? And the answer at a conceptual level is that you are determining how best to fund the public goods necessary for development. And you have two options. You can fund them from taxation, or you can fund them from borrowing. At low levels of GDP per capita, this is the African neighborhood, tax systems are relatively weak, and the yield from the public goods for development is high because those countries are poor. They should borrow. That is best. At the other end of the income scale, at the rich countries, the tax systems are much stronger, and the yield from the public goods for development is much lower because they're already rich. Hence, the optimal primary balance is tighter. This finding is brand new. You will not find this anywhere in the literature, but you can see how conceptually clear it is, and you can see how tightly it fits the data. All right. Over the last 30 years. And I point out a couple of things. First of all, most countries are above, they're running primary balances above the center of this band. Now just absorb that for a minute. The IMF comes to the world and lectures you all, especially in Africa, that you're all wasteful fiscal, it's all terrible, you should need to tighten your budgets. What this data say is that the error is the opposite. Most countries are running primary surpluses which are too tight because they are tighter than the best. You can also see from this chart that there's a very large number of countries which are running primary balances above the target band completely. Okay? Starting off with our friend Jamaica. And now you see why I picked Jamaica. All right. However, although most countries are in that neighborhood, there are some which are not. So there is Ghana. Too weak relative to the best. Okay, if you remember from the story of Jamaica, the Jamaican example, I said the next thing is to look at, well, how much output does that cost? If you get this wrong, how much output do you lose? Okay. Here is the same data presented again for the whole world for the last 30 years. On the vertical axis is the difference between your primary balance and the best guy at your level of GDP per capita. And once again, whoops, no, not there. You can see our friend Jamaica. And Jamaica is way over to the left because on the horizontal axis is the difference between the best guy's growth and your growth. So Jamaica is not only high because it's got this enormous difference between the primary that it should be running and the primary that it was running, and it's paying this enormous cost in output, which is why it's over there to the left. Note again, most countries are in the upper left-hand quadrant. They are running primaries too tight, and they are paying a heavy price in terms of output for doing so.
Peter, you have 2 minutes, please.
Okay. I'll do it. Okay. So there is Ghana. It's paid a price for running primaries too weak. It's had a fall in output relative to the best. But again, to make them feel better, that's the UK. All right. This is Africa. I've now taken out all the other countries in the world, and I'm now looking just at Africa, in particular sub-Saharan Africa. Notice once again, where are the African countries? Which quadrant? They're in the top left-hand quadrant, the Jamaica quadrant. So again, although the IMF comes and lectures you incessantly that Africa is running fiscal that is too weak and you're all profligate and so on, their own data contradict it. Their own data, this is IMF data I'm using, show that most African countries are running primary balances which are too tight relative to the best performers. To make it a bit specific, there is South Africa. Look where South Africa is. There is Senegal. And there is Kenya. Most African countries are running primaries which are too tight relative to the best, regardless of what the IMF says. I then look at the HIPC cases. The interesting point about the HIPC cases, if you remember, was that debt reduction was supposed to allow them now to ease policies and run better policies. But you see, most HIPC cases are still in that upper left-hand quadrant, running primaries too tight. What does that mean? That means that the debt reduction under HIPC was inadequate. It wasn't big enough to allow them to run franc zone. You can see in my intervention 2 days ago, the CFA franc zone has had very low growth in GDP per capita. It has, if I go over here, run a balanced budget. The primary has been in balance in the CFA zone, but its growth has been 2.2 percentage points less than the best guys at its level of GDP per capita. And that's because its primary, although balance, was too tight. Because if you remember from my chart, low-income quick implications of all of this. First of all, people keep asking, you know, should there be an Accra club and so on? I think there should be an African Union club, and it should say, its campaign should be, when the IMF runs debt sustainability analyses, it should not set medium-term primary balances above the target band. That is a way of African Union insisting that the IMF follow best practice. That should be message number one, implication. Number two, for African countries who are living in the world as it is, not in the world that the African Union is trying to create, including South Africa, they should lower their primary balances to inside the target band. Some of them will say, I'm reluctant to do that because if I start doing that, I run more risk that if an adverse shock happens, I might get into trouble and be forced into the IMF. The reason they should take that risk is because what these numbers show is the extraordinary output cost of not doing so. Remember in Jamaica, their output per head would have been 3 times higher had they had the lower primary balance target. Implication number 3, for program countries in Africa, 2 points. For countries such as Ghana and Zambia, which have decided on their own ways to put themselves into this sausage machine of debt restructuring, at least make sure that after all of that, you are given an best medium-term primary balance target. It's not the case. Both in Ghana and in Zambia, the targets are outside the target band. So the 2 countries have gone through all these headaches to go through this, and they are not getting a first best result. That is a major problem. Other countries which are not doing debt restructuring but are in programs, I'm going to quote the case of Kenya. Kenya's tried very hard to avoid a default, but in so doing, the IMF has steadily increased the medium-term primary balance target that Kenya has to hit, which is why every Kenyan tax is going up and up and up. It's now at the point, according to this analysis, where I would say Kenya is on the cusp where the right thing for it to do is default and to go into a restructuring to get its medium term done. Last implication for the African Development Bank. The African Development Bank will not lend to African countries which do not have an IMF stamp of approval. If the IMF is withholding its approval because it's insisting on a medium-term primary balance target above the band, then the African Development Bank is enforcing suboptimal anti-developmental policy on an African country. It should not. It should go to the IMF and say, in our developmental mandate, in our African mandate, and in accordance with the campaign by the African Union, your medium-term primary balance targets in the DSA must be within the band. That's what it should campaign for. I'm going to leave to Q&A since time is up. Questions of what the primary balance targets the IMF is setting right now in Africa. But if you are interested, you can ask me in Q&A and I will give you the answer.
Thank you, Peter. That was really insightful. Thank you. Without any further delay, please, Aaron will present us policies to mitigate debt fragility and deepen climate adaptation finance in Africa.
Thank you very much, Maha. And I'd also want to thank the organizers of the Ideas Conference for the opportunity to participate. So I'm going to talk about something very different from what Peter has presented, which is speaking about the dual challenge of addressing debt fragility and climate change. This has been touched upon, I think, by some of the presentations, but what I'll try to do is to go into a little bit more detail. I'll focus on 3 aspects in particular. First is providing context on the massive gap in climate financing within Africa and the urgent need for innovations to close this gap along the life cycle of climate projects. Second is highlighting some solutions. And third is touching upon the opportunities and challenges imposed by one of the solutions to these dual challenges, which is debt swaps that are increasingly discussed in the media as a solution to create fiscal space that then addresses climate challenges. In the interest of time, I will highlight the key messages first and then flesh out the relevant context. So I'd like to make 3 points. First, Africa's major need is to close its climate adaptation financing gap. I think this is something that has already been mentioned. African economies are comparatively low greenhouse gas emitters, but many countries have limited capacity to adapt to the negative effects of changing climate patterns, which underscores the resultant high level of climate vulnerability. From the perspective of debt swaps, though, the major need is to deepen the use of debt for climate adaptation swaps, which have received limited discussion in comparison to debt for climate and debt for nature swaps. Second, it's necessary, almost as a corollary, to create a robust financing ecosystem that supports climate adaptation projects throughout their life cycle. And of course, this is more difficult because there's a much broader set of concerns to look at. But it's worth noting that information asymmetry plays an important role in contributing to climate financing gaps, compounded particularly in early stage financing, due to the higher exposure to risk. Such an ecosystem can be supported through greater backing for early stage funds that support climate adaptation incubators and accelerators, providing technical assistance, as well as de-risking early stage investment in climate adaptation projects. And third, a significant opportunity arises from combining 3 actions. First is pursuing debt restructuring or reprofiling, as the case may be, within specific countries to create fiscal space. Second is using the fiscal space to implement commitments to achieving climate adaptation. And third is crowding in institutions with an interest or commitment to promoting climate objectives. The 3 actions are complementary, but can be pursued either independently or jointly, as is the case with innovations such as debt for climate swaps. But the appropriate structure is dependent on accounting for a number of trade-offs. The first trade-off is pursuing separate transactions for these objectives will maximize the degrees of freedom in implementation and also overcome concerns about the loss of sovereignty that could occur in swap transactions, where independent bodies are granted the authority to control the implementation of climate objectives. However, on the flip side, the governance of domestic institutions is a key concern in ensuring credibility in the implementation of climate objectives and thereby crowding in that needed climate financing. Second, debt relief in the context of swaps may be sufficient to overcome the costs of complex and bespoke swap negotiations, which experience shows are significant, and thereby provide value from implementing the swap. However, debt discounting also limits the pools of eligible debt for renegotiation. We've had the case of multilateral debt, for example, and this is primarily due to the concerns that have been mentioned about moral hazard that stems from ex-ante embedded negotiations on discounts. And third, institutions with commitments to enhance adaptation. Even in the case where debt relief is minimal, credit enhancement can actually create room to implement climate adaptation investments, as we have seen in some recent examples. So let me just talk briefly, since some of the numbers have not been mentioned by some of the other speakers, about the context of climate financing within Africa. African economies are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and there is an urgent need to increase financing in order to invest in building resilience to climate change. Climate vulnerability indices, which quantify a given country's exposure and capacity to adapt to the negative effects of changing climate patterns, reveal a lower level of preparedness amongst African economies relative to other parts of the world, in part due to a positive correlation between living standards, as measured by indicators such as poverty rates, and vulnerability to the effects of climate change. Therefore, there is also an overlap between policies targeted at climate adaptation and policies promoting equitable and sustainable growth. Consequently, failure to integrate climate planning into development objectives is likely to result in the realization of large negative socioeconomic outcomes. So it's important as well to distinguish climate adaptation and mitigation policies, whereby climate adaptation refers to actions taken to reduce vulnerability to climate change, including a broad range of structural, institutional, ecological, and behavioral actions. In contrast, climate mitigation policies aim to reduce the causes of climate change, such as greenhouse gas emissions. As we know, African economies are low greenhouse gas emitters. The bulk of the continent's climate financing needs are in climate adaptation, in contrast to advanced economies whose major immediate needs are in climate mitigation. Although this is the case, global climate financing patterns indicate that the majority of financing is directed towards climate mitigation. So let me just give some numbers to give context. Total global climate finance amounted to about $1.3 trillion between 2021 and 2022. But of this total, adaptation activities really received less than 5% of total financing, amounting to only about $60 billion. Although adaptation financing has reached an all-time high in nominal terms, it has fallen as a share of total and still falls far short of the adaptation financing needs of developing countries alone, which are estimated broadly by a number of sources to range between roughly 200 and 400 billion US dollars annually. In sub-Saharan Africa, estimates indicate a need of about $50 billion per year for climate adaptation through 2030. And today, only 1/5 of these financing needs have been mobilized for adaptation, with the majority originating from public sources of finance. In general, climate finance for both mitigation for 92% of total flows. In contrast, other regions of the world have a more balanced split between domestic and international sources of climate finance. An assessment of adaptation needs from national adaptation plans shows that according to country assessments, the greatest needs for adaptation financing are required in infrastructure, agriculture, and water, which together account for about 62% of financing needs. As a share of output, total adaptation finance needs in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia are the highest in the world, and they're estimated at about 2.5% of GDP. The other factor to note relates to the private sector, which makes a marginal contribution to total adaptation finance, missing a major opportunity to leverage private sector capacity to build climate resilience. Between 2019 and 2023, the private sector financed less than 3% of total adaptation flows, and even then, a substantial portion of these funds actually came from philanthropy. Right. It's important to note, though, that there's some statistical gaps in recording private sector climate adaptation finance. But this doesn't discount the point that scaling up of private sector participation is necessary to close the gap that currently exists between overall climate adaptation needs in Africa and the current commitments. So what are the factors that limit the contribution of the private sector in adaptation finance? Well, there are two main ones. The first is information gaps, and the second is risk. Information gaps relate to a lack of universal consensus on the coverage of climate adaptation, as well as what funds, particularly from the private sector, qualify for classification as climate adaptation funds. And conversely, risk relates to the likelihood of successful implementation of climate adaptation innovations, particularly early stage solutions that are likely to require a significant period of time to develop and scale. Addressing these challenges is necessary to increase climate finance, including by using a combination of innovative structuring, crowding in of blended finance, and including risk mitigation solutions.
Aaron,
So,
in 1 minute, can you conclude?
one minute?
1 minute?
Okay, it's 15 minutes, right?
No, you began at 49.
Okay, not a problem. So let me just then just quickly go into a little bit of a discussion about debt for adaptation swaps and debt for climate swaps, just to give a bit of context around what's been happening there. Debt for climate swaps are considered attractive due to their potential to create fiscal space for climate investments. But the use of swaps is expensive, right, due to transaction costs. And therefore, the relative costs between structuring a swap transaction and implementing separate transactions while securing the implementation of climate objectives needs to be considered. There are some recent debt swap transactions that have shown some promise in increasing the financing available for climate adaptation. And I'll just look at a couple. First is Belize in 2021 that completed a debt for nature swap that committed about $107 million for predefined ocean conservation objectives, while at the same time restructuring the country's unsustainable debt. In this particular case, there was a very significant discount in the repurchase of debt, which was about 45 cents to the dollar, if I recall correctly. And there was also a critical element of insurance provided by the United States Development Finance Corporation that provided provided protection to bondholders. And there's a second transaction, just which is interesting, that was completed by Barbados for $151 million. That was notable, though, for its ability to generate savings, even though the existing debt was repurchased at close to par, right? So there were significant savings generated due to credit enhancement, right? And so this illustrates that credit enhancement from institutions that support climate objectives can add value even in the absence of relief on outstanding debt, right? I'll conclude by saying that Africa's current climate vulnerability requires an immediate scaling of investment in order to increase resilience to climate change. But of course, debt repayment obligations are significantly inhibiting the ability of African economies to fulfill that investment. So it's therefore imperative to scale up innovations that can create fiscal space and at the same time also finance climate investments, in particular by crowding in those institutions that have a vested interest in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are almost in time. We still have another panel before lunch, so I will. Okay, so I will give the floor to the participant. If you have any question, we will pick up some 2 or 3 questions. Yeah, okay. So please, back in the back, please. Yeah, then you.
Thank you. Very quick question to Peter around Kenya. And my question is, you have mentioned that Kenya is right at the cusp of being necessary to go for restructuring. Is that within the context of the Eurobond buyback, which just happened recently, and there was so much celebration around staving off the risk of default? And my question around climate finance for Kenya is that we have seen there's a plan for a swap around climate financing. What would your advice be, especially in light of FY 24-25? Thanks.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for Peter. In general, it's interesting the exercise you presented. Now, I have some concerns about, for instance, causality. And in particular, how can we understand the transmission channel from primary deficit to growth? Because it's clear that we can have the same primary balance, but with different levels of income and expenditure. And also you may have the same primary balance with different qualities in terms of income and expenditure. For instance, you can have an improvement in your income because of an oil shock. So the oil prices increases, you get more income, so you have a better primary balance. And I'm not sure if it is possible to have this direct justification of how balance and growth is connected. So I think it will be interesting to hear your opinion on that. And also I have a question for Maha, and it's about this idea of how I would like to have more insight about this idea of how the international organizations may represent, in essence, part of a class project. I think this idea of how class struggle influences debt maybe needs to be more discussed in this panel at least. No? Thank you.
Just we take a 3rd question, and then later we can have another round of.
Yeah, Peter, on the primary fiscal balance, does it matter where the spending is going? Because you are suggesting negative balances. We have been in deficit. I mean, when I say we, I'm referring to Ghana. We have been holding negative balances. But does it matter where the spending is going?
So, I think we can.
Yes. My question is to Peter. You are assuming that running negative primary balance necessarily leads to development. But in the case of Ghana, it's quite clear that our fiscal is towards consumption and corruption. So we basically are piling up debts, running high deficit primary balance just to finance consumption and to finance corruption. In the end, we become unsustainable. So how do you trade off, particularly towards the sustainability of our debt in future, when you're spending on just 2 line items that takes about 100% of your total envelope? Does that lead to development? Thank you.
Would you like to answer?
Okay, so those were great questions, which tell me that at least you may not agree with what I said, but you certainly understood what I said, which is a big plus. I'm going to slightly take them, I think, in reverse order. because that will make these answers clearer. Start with the case of Ghana. I showed you in the numbers that Ghana is one of the few cases in Africa which has run excessive primary deficits relative to the best. But going into the specifics of, well, you know, what happens if a country is maybe actually running a primary balance in line, but a lot of that spending is wasteful. So let me make very clear. I'm focusing on the primary balance here simply because that's what is causing the most amount of damage by the IMF. But if you want to follow what the best guys do, you don't just follow what the best guys do in regard to the primary balance, you follow what the best guys do across the board. Go back to my intuition about if you're learning to sprint. You don't just follow what the best guys do in terms of what their daily training regime is. You also follow what they do with what their diet is and what their sleep is. It's the whole package of which the primary balance. So if a country like Ghana is potentially running the right primary balance, but is having very low quality spending, it's not going to get the benefit. You need to do the package. That's an important message to a conference like this, where lots of people are interested in designing packages of policies for governments. This analysis says, don't just start designing an abstract heterodox this and blah, blah, blah. About corruption and so on, it's correct. Going to the next question, which is about the direction of spending. You may not have corruption in your spending. It may just be going to the wrong places. You're simply misallocating where it should go. You're making a mistake. So you should be putting money into primary education, but in fact, what you're doing is putting it into white elephants. Okay? So the composition of spending, that kind of thing, absolutely correct, has to follow what the best guys do. Don't just follow their best primary balance, follow the whole package. With regard to the transmission mechanism from the primaries to growth, let me just tell you a little anecdote about Jamaica. When I presented these findings, first of all, to the IMF, you'd be amazed they actually let me in the building to do this. I showed them how disastrous the policies were for Jamaica. And their first response was, oh, no, it's not the primary balance that's the problem. It's because Jamaica has a problem with crime and it has hurricanes, which is why growth is so low. And I said, hold on a minute. You're assuming that those two problems are, in the technical term, exogenous, but they're not exogenous. If it's the case that crime is causing such a loss of output in Jamaica over 30 years, that's macro critical. It should be in the design and composition of the program, but it was not because the primary balance target was so high. So you cannot spend on courts, you cannot spend on police, you cannot be tough on crime, you cannot be tough on the causes of crime. There's the transmission mechanism. Likewise with hurricanes, I said to them, that's not an explanation either. That is endogenous. Why? Because if that's causing such a loss of output, then you should be factored into the program. Jamaica should be spending on hurricane preparation and on hurricane recovery. But it isn't because you've got these very high primary balance targets. There's the transmission mechanism. Those are two examples of how you transmit from a wrong target to a low growth. Essentially note, all of this is happening on the supply side. The transmission is through the supply side here, not through the demand side. And then to come to my last point about Kenya, if you can link my screen again, I'm going to show you now what all the IMF programs targets are for the medium term in Africa now. This chart, you're familiar with my little band of where the right targets are. This is all of Africa. This is now continental Africa. The red dots are just countries which are not programs. The black ones are the program cases right now, the current programs, including Kenya, including Ghana, including Zambia, including Ethiopia, including Somalia. You will see that there are a lot of those black dots way above the best target band, including cases which I regret we've not heard much of today. The worst of these are Mozambique, South Sudan, Mauritania. They're absolutely extreme outside the band, causing a prospective loss of output for them. At the other extreme, inside the target band, interestingly, is Ethiopia, inside the band now, and so is Somalia. Somalia is one of the few cases with a debt reduction package that's just happened, big enough to allow Somalia to run primary surpluses within the band. You may not be too keen to do this, applaud the IMF for getting it right at least once. It got it right in Somalia, okay, with regard to doing enough debt reduction. But a lot of the cases, including Zambia and Ghana, are above that band. And to go finally to the question on Kenya, at the point where this chart was produced, the target for Kenya was inside the band. But in the most recent program review for Kenya, which came out in January, they raised it to above the target band. So Kenya has now moved by the IMF from inside to outside. Anyone who's Kenyan will know that Kenya is in turmoil now and has been for a couple of years, particularly because of the food price shock that has happened there. This problem is making it worse. And I see, unless there is a resolution of that in the case of Kenya, bringing this medium-term primary deficit back inside the band through a debt restructuring process to do it. And that brings me to the final point, because in this regard, Kenya and Zambia have a key thing in common. As you mentioned, there's a big celebration that Kenya managed to refinance its bonds recently. Yay, we avoided a default at this price. The price is not the interest rate that you had to pay, which was very high on that refinance Eurobond. It's also the fact that you have accepted that your medium-term primary balance target is now above the band, compromising Kenya's medium-term growth. And exactly the same point applies to Zambia. There have been celebrations in the past few days. Yay, Zambia's got to deal with its creditors on a primary balance target, which is above the band. You should not just celebrate the deal, you should celebrate a good deal. And on this measure, Zambia does not have a good deal.
Yeah, thanks. I'll quickly address the question on advice for the Kenyan swap. I'd say 3 points. The first is get as much as you can from credit enhancement, which can definitely improve the savings that you can get from the swap. So just looking particularly at some of the recent examples where you had, for example, political risk insurance that then allowed cheaper financing to be raised in order to execute the swap. The second point I would make is lower the transaction costs as much as possible. So again, looking at evidence from some recent transactions, you've had, for example, the implementation of modified Dutch auctions, and that in itself does lower the costs of negotiating, right? And then I'd say one last thing, which is carefully consider if the swap is actually the optimal solution, or should you actually look at restructuring and climate investment separately. And that also, to a certain extent, depends on the amount of debt relief that you may be able to get, right? And you also need to consider the composition of Kenyan debt, right? If you take just in terms of external debt, if you look at the combination of World Bank and Chinese debt, that's already about 40 to 50% of total outstanding debt. And so, based on whether or not you do have a sufficient pool of debt that would generate sufficient savings, I think is also a factor to look at carefully.
Thank you. Just trying to answer your question regarding the class project and the assault on the workers class. Yeah. You don't hear me. Okay. From our experience, I say it because I lived it in Tunisia during the transition, and Tunisia had a different IMF agreement, and we applied to the letter after the revolution all the IMF conditionalities that were targeting hiking taxes, that were targeting the poor class with high taxes, regressive taxes, and also reducing the wage bill by stopping hiring public administrative staff, by also trying to reduce subsidies, to reduce expenditure on health and so on. So we see that all this assault on the poor and middle income class was established during the democratic transition. And even after, when there is an autocratic regime in place, by delaying, this is what Professor Chandrasekhar have said formally, by delaying the rescue of the IMF, also they put the country in a case of vulnerability, and they have tried to push the union to accept a new deal with the IMF, and they have put this condition that the Union of Workers accept the new deal with the IMF. So, I mean, we understand this, like, I can't understand why the IMF was asking for the union to accept this deal, because the Union of Workers was the most powerful still organization in Tunisia that could be opposing the IMF deal. And the Union of Workers was also composed by mostly the constituency of this Union of Workers was mostly from public administrator and public employees. So I don't know. I don't have an answer exactly how to reverse this class project, but I feel that instinctively we should support our unions. We should implement policies for workers. We should tighten the standards for job regulation and the environmental regulation. So I think that we should, all of us, implement progressive policies or job guarantee program so that we enforce the class of workers. And yeah. Can we have, like, if you want, 2 last questions, and then we can, Ndongo is telling me that we don't have any more time. So you will have the, okay, so you can have the chance to discuss with the keynote speakers. So otherwise we will be over the time. So please show appreciation to our keynote speaker, and see you later in the next panel.
I have a bit of time basically on trying to persuade them of a completely different way of thinking about how Africa should address the problem. And I see where obviously Ruto is not following but there are others in the conference who are sort of hearing that completely different way of looking at it. Essentially, properly rethinking how to go to the externalities. Think about externalities of money. The way it's been done is simply very obviously wrong.
So, one of the things I'm doing is finding any Africans anyway, but again, both with economics and climate. Okay, what's the one? Well, okay, I'll give you the very simplest answer. There are many people who would say, of course, they should be carbon tax, because that's Thegeya and they're trying to address an externality. Okay, this is very obviously conceptual. Why is that? Because if you were to invent this global carbon tax, you got the price right, and everybody did it, blah blah. You might hit 1.5 and 20. It succeeds in the temperature problem. But in 2050, a whole bunch of countries on top of it, who've contributed nothing to the climate problem, still have to deal with all the disastrous climate consequences. So why does this happen? Because the only notion which thinks about externalities as flow, think about a noisy neighbor, flow of noise. So it's those are Thegeya tax, the flow stops and they're good. Not so reformed. Many rises from stop. Externality rises from stop. So what you have to see, there's a conception. From there, you get quite a very radical different policy restriction about what it is. Which is not based on fairness and affordable vacuum and efficiency. It's based on efficiency. So I completely agree with you. So, what I There is also financing requirement. I say now, right, well, no, yes and no. Emphasis completely different. And measures that I propose based on stop will generate a lot of revenue original revenue. That's it. There is that way around. Key point of revenue financing, so the compensation you can have that converts, that's all. Okay, so that converts what a lot of people talk about financing into revenue. Okay, and you can do some sums about how that revenue should be calculated. Principle is not financing. You have Borrowing is on. I think just the issue you raised about horizontal TFS. The prices for me.
What I want to do, I like to think a bit more on this, because I accept completely the rail political by revising Uganda something. However, there is too much of that needs to be an addition, but this is what it should be. Africa does not say what it should be. Not be surprised if you never get it. And then once you establish it, you can embarrass the other person because you're going to be stepping back. No sensible. And that minimizes the trick. The first thing you do is you see. Say, okay, take whatever I can get. We will go on policy. We will go on. We will go on. And Africa has accepted. Just to pay. Exporting here, great, so that's why I always start. Sort of an introduction to the argument that I make basically 45 minutes going through the basic proposal, how it should work. I have fancy rights. What I said in terms of the proposal, what you should actually do about it is that Africa should apply to the problem of global warming an IMF-style program on the rich polluters. As performance criteria, actual numbers, and the of progress, not by according to these sort of grandiose things. Don't tell me you've got some promise for 2030 or 2050. Do the thing year by year. And a system of enforcement, and an explanation of how we get global consensus. 45 minutes coming, huge amount of right. And say, well, I'm not something you want to do. Oh, the other principle I already. So that's absolutely as currently on the tenant litigation, as currently constituted, they are a disaster. I'm proposing in my system to make it work for Africa. Big time. Funny, you know, when I was in they allowed me 3 days to through this whole thing. And they brought in one guy of the super representative. Well, my proposal will be, you might just plant trees, but the king gets paid for the trees that are planted. And I tend to say, but the bad news for you is you won't get the money, because the guys in the ministry will get the money. But nevertheless, it will be Kenya, not somebody else. That's funny. For the purpose of getting common credit. Why don't you actually securing the water catchment area, because you have the problem actually dealing with water seeping because of the that's what I was trying to yeah, Amy, what is the only perspective? I guess sure, let me I'll just give you my Gmail. Yeah, that's okay. I'm looking for allies wherever I can find them. You could use that under a box. Okay. Hearing from me, the couple of those you can't get a translation to the first side. No. It's a all right. Okay. All lowercase. T period. T period. T period.
You didn't have this. So you just pointed to the mouse.
And now, when is it up and down?
Sorry?
When the slide is there.
Yeah. So this is your presentation.
Yeah.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
All right. So wait, is it like this? 1 second. I will download this. Oh, download. This, and then you just do. So you can just do. Full screen, and then page 1 second.
When you are done, let me know so that we
Yes.
can
Yeah,
announce the
you
start.
can do that already. Just go down, page down like this, and you can use this to point. Go full screen, and then just go down and use this to point.
Yeah.
That is one. So we keep the title as it is, addressing trade and capital accounts.
Not need a title.
Okay, so it's a continuation of the previous session.
Because we didn't give any title for any session.
Okay, yeah.
That's the supply functions. And explain the reference.
Okay. Hello, come here. Yes. Can we please get set for this session? Welcome back. My name is Yao Graham, and I'm your chairperson for this session, where we'll continue the discussion about the debt problem and its management. We have here presentations by two speakers, Redge, Nkosi, and Ndongo, Samba, Sylla. Our first presenter will be Redge Nkosi, who is the Executive Director and Head of Research for Money, Banking, and Macroeconomics at the First Source Money, a non-partisan policy research and advisory services organization. He's also the founding member and director of the London-based Monetary Reform International, an institution charged with reforming the global banking and monetary system. His research interests are in banking and money as they relate to macroeconomics. Before these, he held various roles in the South African government, including holding executive positions in agencies of the Ministry of Transport and as an international trade and economic policy official in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Reg, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a bit short, so let me tilt this towards me. Thanks again. Ideas set up this conference so that we find solutions at least to a recurring problem of debt in the continent and of course in the developing world. Recurring almost since the 1970s. And it seems from the way we look at things, we may continue to have this challenge in years to come. Was it yesterday somebody said, no, do we have to come back to this conference or this type of a conference to talk about the same issue? When are we going to have, when are we going to have a time when to come to a point when we say the issue of debt crisis has been dealt with? And yeah, here we're going to give you a sense, at least from where we stand, the possibility of us having to deal with the financial architecture, which we have not particularly defined, or the international financial system. We can begin to chip away from it, or at least assert ourselves so that we don't come back in the next 5 years and talk the same problem, history repeating itself. I think Africa is tired, the developing world is tired. Now, the foundations to this issue of debt, which foundations should be revisited. I think this is very, very important. There's a statement here, right? The first paragraph there. It talks to the external debt and its importance to economic development, or if you want, for us to achieve our developmental priorities, then external debt becomes very, very important. And then this quote has been extracted from a paper by academics, so 11 of them, in West Africa, in Nigeria, who now tell us that external money is so important for development, and that Africa or the developing world lacks resources, lacks savings, for development. Well, this reasoning is at the center of the international financial system. It is the glue, is the theoretical premise upon which this recurring debt crisis here in Ghana, elsewhere in the world, hangs. So what exactly is this international financial system, international financial crisis? What is, international financial architecture? Essentially, it is a series of theories, largely economic theories, which theories generate policies for state or governments. And then from policies are institutions that are built from a theory and the policies, and institutions are built, and they begin to govern this system for years to come. And we're governed, therefore, by a series of theories. Now, these scholars here, quoted here, are of the view that we don't have savings. And indeed, international financial architecture is built on what we call international capital or international savings, because these assume, correctly according to some theory, that we do not have money. Therefore, we must depend on London, Brussels, and Washington, and so on. And then Washington is so happy that, well, we can as well keep Africa in debt peonage, isn't it? Now, so should we accept that? because this is theory that grounds all aspects of this international architecture. So let's get back and revisit on why do we get this money, you know? Well, of course, we get deficits, isn't it? In other words, the difference between what we call revenue, you know, and the expenditure. But what is revenue in the context of a government in the first place? Should government have revenue? And is tax supposed to be revenue for the state? Well, another reason is, of course, the monetary policy management purposes. We need to borrow money for that purpose. We also borrow money to bump up our foreign exchange reserves. And sometimes, perhaps more importantly, is to deal with balance of payments challenges. The balance of payment challenges is really the difference between, you know, what it is that you sell and what it is that you buy in, you know, in simple terms. That's it. But for example, Ghana has got gold, cocoa, and so on and so forth. And then it sells, has a deficit, and then it has to go and borrow money. You know, now it is borrowing money to augment purposes of development. The question, why should Ghana be doing that? Oh, because the theory suggests that, you know, if they do that, then the economy is gonna grow. All right. So yes, there's instances of refinancing of loans, and so on. So there is consensus here that the problem is not necessarily with us getting debt, but the problem lies fundamentally in the political system, for example, in Ghana or in Pretoria or in Dakar, and the economic governance, the manner in which we govern our economy, and the institutional issues that could be there in an economy. So this is the consensus that has been established. The question is this the only answer? Is this the real challenge for us? And IMF and the World Bank are the center of telling us that these are the primary issues that you know, talk to the reasons why we have a challenge and we go and borrow money. I argue that this is not the case. I argue that the theoretical foundations of the one mentioned above there, the first paragraph, is the fundamental challenge that defines all this challenge of debt crisis, the international financial architecture as it stands. So the policy prescriptions coming from this theoretical approach is at the center of the politicians themselves going out that we don't have money and so on and so forth. So I argue that while corruption is real in some places, institutions may not be functioning indeed, the center piece of the challenges that define us all are the theories from which all these policies come from. Now, are the theories that govern or that underpin this logic correct? It seems scholars from the global south have accepted that these theories are right. That's why they're going along and saying, well, okay, no, the only thing we have to do is to debt restructure. So year after year, decade after decade, we're in that mode of restructuring debt. But you see, those scholars in Nigeria, it's a cabal of scholars perpetuating a theoretical framework, all right, that essentially is at the center of enslaving the entire continent and indeed entire developing world. Because this theoretical framework is essentially wrong. So the cabal doesn't just sit with the politics. So I did mention of the cabal in the AU, in Africa and elsewhere in the Europe and so on. But the cabal, in my view, that must be discussed here is the economic cabal of scholars like ourselves who continue to advocate policies or rather theoretical regimes that condemn the continent or continents to this problem that we'll have to solve here. Now, there are obviously conditions that lead to the unsustainability of debt, which conditions we know fiscal problems that we have, the risk profile countries, and the high interest rates. I'm told in Ghana, interest rates are quite high. In South Africa, it's about 11%. That's 12%. That's quite high. I do not know in some other places it will be lower or higher, but interest rates are basically very high. But why are interest rates high? Why can't we bring this interest rate down? The reason lies in the theory articulated by these scholars from Nigeria and the theory articulated by scholars who sit here in front of us. Because they say, these scholars sitting here in front of us, they say you cannot tamper with the high interest rates. And because deficits create interest rates, high interest rates, and so on. That's the theoretical regime, and from it policies are devised. So the real question is there a way we can do differently as a continent? Are the conditions that apply to London exactly applicable to Colombo or to Accra? There has been a persistence of these challenges in the continent, indeed in the developing world. I want to argue here that, again, like I said before, the persistence of these challenges is because of a system which is built on wrong theories. And therefore, unless we deal with the theories and unless we deal with the policy regime that come from these theories, we're not going to be able to reverse this challenge. So to me, I blame economists. I'm one of them. Right, so during the hippie time, the IMF and the World Bank wrote in some of their programs that, well, the challenge lies in the manner in which we manage debt, us as developing countries. All right? And they said the best way to manage debt, it should be on a market-based approach. All right? But what is market-based approach? Why is this approach so important for the developing countries? And should we accept? And what are the theoretical underpinnings of this market-based approach? Well, this has not actually been answered by scholars from the developing South. They've just simply accepted that what Brussels and Washington, where much of the literature comes from. So Jan, because Jan is from Washington, and so if he says, well, this is the way, then that must apply to the rest of us. Yeah, so I think that it is time now we begin to pay attention, and this part of discussion is going to address precisely this. So look at the statement from the World Bank and the IMF in 2003, where they say, well, insufficient attention is paid to the way in which we manage debt. It has to be managed in a market-based approach. Now, well, now, when they say market-based approach, all they mean is that we should have, as governments or as countries, begin to accord foreign players, including ourselves, market measures, which include what they call the deep and liquid domestic capital market, especially for the secondary market. But the theoretical underpinning of this particular statement lies in what economists call a loanable funds model. Yet a loanable funds model has been criticized for a long time by heterodox thinkers. And today we labor, all of us, under a loanable funds doctrine. And we continue to tell our politicians that indeed we do not have money and therefore we should accept what the terms of London, the terms of Washington are. So Colombo, Accra, and so on will continue to pay high interest rates on their debt. We aren't. Now, look at what the objectives of the IMF are down there. I'll repeat these objectives, so important that in a way that a bit easy. They're saying we should ensure the government financing needs and its payment obligations are met at the lowest possible cost. So it is a cost and risk issue. All right. Let me just bring these ones. These are the ones that are embedded virtually in every government department or in every Ministry of Finance, almost the world over. But when did this start and why did it change from where it was before? If market-based approach to debt financing is indeed the case. So the turn towards these trading objectives, actually, again, like I said, are predicated on the assumptions that the markets are the perfect allocators of capital, perfect allocators of money. And these got introduced sometime in the 1970s, the time the debt crisis began in Africa and the rest of the developing world. But the question, again, what we must ask here, are they relevant to the developing world? Where the objectives of countries like us is full employment. I submit that essentially they're not. These objectives from the IMF and the World Bank, which Accra uses, Colombo uses, and so on and so forth, essentially are a complete redefinition of the real objectives in literature. Now, the literature here is assumed to be the old literature. The literature that came around 1980s drives us to accept these types of objectives, all right? But the real literature says these cannot be objectives. They have completely removed the macroeconomic components in these objectives and introduced the microeconomic objectives in them. The microeconomic objectives talk to companies, not states, not governments. And why it has become necessary that a government debt should operate in the manner a private company debt operates has boggled some economists, but what worries us most is that scholars from the South have generally accepted that, well, it's okay, the way MTN, I think MTN is well known around here, the way MTN operates or does its work in terms of debt should be exactly as Accra, because the objectives of Accra are perhaps the same as the objectives of MTN. That cannot be the case. And they have, in fact, completely removed the macroeconomic component of these objectives, when in fact it's a macroeconomic issue. So they're trying to solve a macroeconomic problem with a micro. A hole, all right? Maybe you arrange 1 million holes instead of having to use these massive earth-moving equipment. Even before you take 2 minutes, all those holes are broken. So to the extent that microeconomic objectives have been inserted for us to use as developing countries, quite frankly, the game of debt solution is lost. Indeed, Hardy says that some of the financialized economies, and most of these economies in the developing world, are becoming increasingly financialized. Why? Because of the government bond issue, where they tell us, well, all you have to do is get this market-based approach where foreigners and domestic people come in and buy bonds and so on and so forth. in the process, financializing the entire economy, the entire continent, for whose purpose, for whose sake, for whose Washington, and indeed Brussels. The silence from leading economies here that actually, well, this financialization is killing us is quite obvious. Well, the academics in this CF in Frank region are in fact working against the system of good primary, balance. Essentially, it comes from a theory that says primary balances are so important. And sadly, global South economies have agreed with that. And they continue today to agree with it. There isn't a single one who's come to say,
Redge,
I am.
This should be
Rounding up?
Yeah.
All right. So there isn't any person who has come to say, well, this system is not working, and therefore we're going to develop our own frameworks that are consistent with our developmental challenges here in the South. We continue to support IMF in the exploitation of the developing world. Right. Solutions? It all. Right. My suggestion is that instead of having to agree with these academics I quoted right at the beginning, those 11 academics from the Nigerian paper cited, we need to develop a theoretical framework that talks to the developing imperatives in the continent, to developing imperatives in Ghana, in Colombo, and Dakar, and everywhere else. And that theory is the credit theory, not the loanable theory that even reserve banks themselves, including the IMF, have now distanced themselves from. But the IMF is not going to accept to say, well, don't use it because it does benefit them. And now the debt management objectives should be completely changed from the ones the IMF tells us we should have to the ones that talk to our challenge. Finally, the way forward, therefore, for the rest of us is that in using the credit theory and rejecting the loanable funds that IMF and the World Bank and the OECD tell us, we should be able to raise capital. There's absolutely no need for Accra to go to London for any loan. None whatsoever. For as long as Accra is able to trade its gold, to trade its cocoa, quite frankly, it can, of course, go to whichever country and get a bit of money, but not as much as we now require for Accra to survive. What is at the center of this is the development of a network of domestically owned. Again, Barclays is not domestically owned. I don't know. In Senegal, they could have French banks that are foreign owned. We need banks that are African owned or developing world owned. Now, finally, one of the most important teachers of economics at some point in time, Jonathan Maynard Keynes, said, and if it is indeed governed by the objectives that are macroeconomic, which are monetary in the first place, is the primary tool to decrease the high interest rates that we have. There's no need to have high interest rates. It's so absolutely easy. All we have to do to pull down the high interest rates. We cannot forever continue to think that interest rates are there for us to, we should simply accept that. We should immediately begin to abandon. And at AU level, SWAD is absolutely important that we should begin to put together a debt management framework that is consistent with the challenges that we face, not what IMF tells us. And then obviously in Malaysia, Mahathir Mohamad rejected actually the stories from the IMF. Maybe Jomo can tell us more, because they tell us, no, open your capital account is easy. That's the way market-based economics works. Brazil did that, they rejected all that. I think it's time Africa stands up through the aid. In South America, the same thing, and reject all this. But of course, they can only reject that if academics like ourselves talk to theories and develop theories that are consistent with our challenge. I thank you.
Yeah, Reg, thanks very much. We'll now hear from Ndongo Samba Sylla. Ndongo is a Senegalese development economist and is currently the head of research and policy in the Africa region of IDS. He previously worked as a technical advisor at the presidency of the Republic of Senegal. He co-authored Africa's last
in English, but I will speak in French. Ma présentation, en fait, est celle d'un hétérodoxe parmi les hétérodoxes. Donc, peut-être un hétérodoxe plus hétérodoxe que les hétérodoxes. Donc, ma présentation porte sur comment abolir le système dette. Et donc, le système dette, la dette, le stock de dette ne permet pas de mettre fin au système dette. Et donc, jusque-là, en fait, on peut dire que nous avons des urgences. L'urgence, c'est de mettre, en tout cas, de trouver des solutions à la crise de la dette que les pays du Sud global et les pays africains vivent en ce moment. Mais ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que les formes disons, les plus généreuses de restructuration de la dette, comme par exemple l'abolition totale du stock de dette souveraine extérieure, ne seraient pas suffisantes pour abolir le système dette, c'est-à-dire les conditions structurelles qui maintiennent les pays du Sud dans une situation, disons, de piège de la dette. Et donc, ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que la dette extérieure des pays du Sud n'est pas le problème le plus important, dans le sens où ce n'est pas la cause de leur sous-développement, c'est un symptôme de leur sous-développement. Et comme disait l'économiste marxiste Harry Macduff, qui avait écrit un article très important en 1978 pour donner une critique de l'agenda du nouvel ordre économique international, qui disait que it's an old age burden which synthesizes the whole pattern of dependency. C'est toute la structure de dépendance. Et donc, tant qu'on n'a pas de solutions par rapport à toute la structure de dépendance, en fait, toute stratégie de restructuration de la dette ou d'abolition du stock de dette ne risque que de s'attaquer au phénomène superficiel, mais pas au système dette. Et donc, il faut donner quelques statistiques. La dette des États et la dette aussi garantie par les États des 131 pays classés parmi les pays low and middle income, pays à faible et à revenu intermédiaire. Donc, on exclut la Chine, la Russie et l'Inde. Donc, leur dette publique extérieure totale, c'était 2,6 trillions. Donc, ça veut dire 2600 milliards de dollars. Et donc, ce stock de dette publique extérieure est inférieur à la dette fédérale de l'Allemagne. Donc, ça veut dire qu'en termes absolus, la dette des pays du Sud ne pèse pas beaucoup. Pour prendre le cas de l'Afrique subsaharienne, pour cette même année, la dette extérieure publique, c'était 471 milliards. Et donc, les Africains payaient 43 milliards pour le service de la dette en 2021. Donc, ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que les pays du Nord ont la souveraineté monétaire et les pays du Sud ont des dettes qui sont libellées dans les devises des pays du Nord. Donc, parce que les pays du Nord ont la souveraineté monétaire, ils peuvent se permettre d'annuler le stock de dette des pays du Sud. Ils peuvent le faire. Donc, dans leur cas, la question, ce n'est pas de dire est-ce qu'ils ont les moyens financiers? Oui, ils ont les moyens financiers. Mais la question, c'est de dire est-ce que politiquement, ils ont intérêt à faire ça? La réponse a jusque-là été non. Pourquoi? Parce que depuis la création de la CONUCED en 1964, il y a eu des efforts des pays du Sud pour restructurer les dettes des pays du Sud. Et donc, à chaque fois, les pays du Nord ont rejeté toute proposition venant de là. Donc, nous parlons d'une histoire qui a au moins 60 ans. Et donc, si on prend le cas de l'Afrique, là, c'est un graphique. Et donc, ce sont des moyennes que j'ai pris, des moyennes par décennie. C'est très intéressant parce que en eux-mêmes n'ont pas PIB en termes relatifs. Donc, parce que le but des programmes d'ajustement structurel, c'est de tuer la croissance, c'est de dénationaliser les économies. Ce n'est pas de réduire le stock de dette publique. Parce que pour réduire le stock de dette publique, comme on l'a vu à partir des années 2000, il a fallu deux conditions. La première condition, c'est qu'il a fallu de bons termes de l'échange. C'est-à-dire que, par exemple, en Afrique, à partir de 2005, on a eu de bons termes de l'échange. Mais après ce contexte, c'est-à-dire annulation de la dette, de bons termes de l'échange, on a tout de suite vu que la dette est repartie. Le ratio dette extérieure sur PIB est reparti. Et donc, ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que la pandémie n'a pas créé la crise de la dette. Elle l'a accélérée. Parce que bien avant la pandémie, les resolvabilités extérieures avaient commencé à se détériorer. Par exemple, le ratio entre la dette, le stock de dette extérieure par rapport aux importations est passé de 79% à 179% entre 2010 et 2022. Le service de la dette par rapport aux exportations est passé de 5 à 19%, à presque quadruplé en juste 12 ans. Et les réserves par rapport au stock de dette extérieure, c'est passé de 48 à 15. Donc, ça a diminué d'un tiers. Donc, on voit que la pandémie, cette crise de la dette, mais elle l'a précipité. Il fallait juste qu'il y ait un choc qui affecte nos sources de revenus extérieurs et aussi un choc qui affecte nos possibilités de refinancement. Et donc, il y a des spécificités de la crise de la dette actuelle en termes de séquencing. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on a d'abord eu une annulation partielle de la dette dans le cas de HIPIC et MDRI. On a aussi un super cycle des matières premières deux choses, les intérêts sur la dette extérieure et les rapatriements de profits et dividendes par les multinationales de manière générale. Pour moi, c'est la composante la plus importante dans le cas des pays africains. Je ne dis pas dans le cas de tous les autres pays du Sud global, mais dans le cas des pays africains, c'est la composante, à mon avis, qualitativement, qui est la plus importante. Pourquoi? Parce que le solde du primary income balance, c'est la différence entre le PIB et le revenu national brut. Dans le cas de nos pays, comme on a un solde déficitaire, notre production est supérieure à notre revenu. Dans le cas des pays riches, le revenu est supérieur à leur production parce que c'est des investisseurs nets. Et donc, du coup, nous, même quand le PIB augmente, souvent, cette augmentation bénéficie aux, disons, multinationales et aussi aux investisseurs financiers à travers le canal du primary income balance. Et on peut le voir ici. Ici, c'est, bon, on peut voir que dans le cas des États-Unis, du Japon, de l'Allemagne, ils ont une balance des revenus, primary income balance qui est excédentaire. Ça, c'est valable généralement pour ces pays-là. Donc, vous prenez par exemple le cas du Japon, en 2018, le Japon recevait l'équivalent de 4% de son PIB à travers les investissements, le retour sur les investissements, le rendement des investissements extérieurs, c'est-à-dire les intérêts sur le paiement de la dette et les transferts des multinationales. Donc, en termes nets, c'est un solde. En termes nets, c'est ce que reçoit. Si on prend le cas des États-Unis en 2018, en termes absolus, les rendements nets des investissements sont 100 milliards de dollars par année. Et donc, ça, c'est le système dette. Et donc, tant qu'on n'y met pas fin, on continuera dans des systèmes, disons, de récurrence des crises de la dette. Et donc, je vais donner un exemple qui est très paradigmatique. C'est le cas de la Guinée équatoriale. Donc, c'est une ancienne colonie espagnole qui exporte du pétrole et qui est membre de la zone CFA. Sa population en 2022, c'était 1,7 million. En 2012, la Guinée équatoriale avait un PIB par habitant en termes de purchasing power parité de pouvoir d'achat de plus de 32 000. Donc, c'est-à-dire supérieur au PIB par habitant, PPP, de l'Espagne, qu'elle avait colonisé. Et donc, le paradoxe, c'est que jusqu'en 2017, la Guinée équatoriale, qui était le pays le plus riche en Afrique, était classé parmi les pays les moins avancés. Donc, un pays qui est formellement plus riche que l'Espagne est classé parmi les pays les moins avancés. Et donc, depuis 2021, la Guinée équatoriale, son PIB par habitant a diminué de moitié. Donc, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Mais c'est primary income balance. Parce que souvent, on parle des déficits commerciaux. Parce que c'est un petit pays qui exporte du pétrole. Donc là, en orange, vous voyez que le pays a toujours obtenu des surplus commerciaux. Mais en bleu, vous avez le primary income balance. Et donc, vous voyez que, par exemple, en 2002-2003, le solde, c'était 70% du PIB. C'est-à-dire que l'équivalent de 70% du PIB était transféré à l'étranger. Donc, vous pouvez avoir un surplus commercial, mais ce surplus commercial va être absorbé via, disons, le transfert des revenus et des dividendes, des profits et des dividendes à l'extérieur. Donc, le graphe en bleu, j'aurais dû le mettre avec le signe moins parce que c'est un débit. Je l'ai mis comme ça pour que les gens comprennent que souvent, la balance des revenus primaires a été supérieure au surplus commercial. Et donc, du coup, ces pays ont des surplus commerciaux, mais ils se retrouvent avec des balances courantes qui sont déficitaires. Et donc, vous pouvez retrouver le même modèle pour la plupart des pays africains. Et donc là, c'est un graphe avec 3 indicateurs pour 34 pays africains qui représentent plus de 90% du PIB du continent sur la période 2000-2017. Et donc, c'est les chiffres qui viennent de la Banque mondiale. Et donc, on peut voir qu'à partir de 2007, les transferts de revenus, de profits et de dividendes ont été supérieurs aux services de la dette et aux intérêts sur la dette extérieure. On peut le voir. Par exemple, en 2013, on peut voir que l'Afrique payait, en tout cas, transférait 70 milliards de dollars de transferts de revenus et de profits et de dividendes, et le service de la dette se situe à quelque part comme 25 milliards de dollars. Donc, ça fait 95 milliards de dollars juste pour une seule année. Et donc, quand on réfléchit dans une perspective de développement, on se dit, si tous ces profits et dividendes qui étaient rapatriés, qui sont une épargne en monnaie étrangère, restaient en Afrique pour être investis dans l'agriculture, dans l'industrie, dans les infrastructures, qu'est-ce qui se passerait? On n'aurait pas eu besoin d'émettre des dettes en monnaie étrangère. Et donc, on a un peu le même modèle en Amérique latine, Mais la différence avec l'Amérique latine, c'est que ces pays ont des grands États qui contrôlent d'une certaine manière leurs ressources extractives. Mais l'Amérique latine, on voit clairement qu'il y a un problème de dette qui est là et que la dette souvent est une réalité beaucoup plus importante que les transferts de revenus et de dividendes. Nous, en Afrique, on a un problème de transfert de revenus et de dividendes. L'Amérique latine également, mais l'Amérique latine souffre beaucoup plus du crise de la dette, du problème de la dette extérieure. Là, nous avons les mêmes données pour deux pays qui ont fait défaut, le Ghana et la Zambie. Et donc, toute la discussion jusque-là, c'est de dire que le problème, c'est ce qui est en rouge. Mais ce qui est en bleu, personne n'en parle. Alors que pour moi, c'est ce qui est en bleu qui fait qu'on a ce qui est en rouge. Parce que si ces pays avaient un contrôle technique, c'est-à-dire qu'ils contrôlent le secteur du pétrole, de l'uranium, du gaz, du cuivre, ils n'auraient pas eu besoin, certainement, d'émettre des dettes à des taux d'intérêt, disons, léonins. Mais pourtant, ce qu'on fait. Donc, c'est une forme de pillage qui est là. Et on peut le voir dans le cas du Ghana et le cas de la Zambie. Les rapatriements de profits et dividendes ont été supérieurs entre 2000 et 2020 au service de la dette. Et donc, on ne peut pas comprendre la dette dans ces pays si on ne prend pas compte ça. Parce que qu'est-ce qui se passe? Imaginez, toutes ces sommes ont été transférées. Donc, ça va avoir un impact baissier sur le taux de change. Et donc, qu'est-ce qu'il va avoir? Le taux de change va baisser et on va avoir l'inflation importée. La Banque centrale va vouloir augmenter les taux d'intérêt pour faire face à ça, ou l'État s'endette en monnaie étrangère. Mais quand la Banque centrale augmente les taux d'intérêt, ça augmente aussi les coûts pour l'État de la dette en monnaie nationale. Et donc, ça asphyxie financièrement les États qui ne peuvent plus en fait faire que des dépenses courantes. Et donc, ils n'investissent pas dans les secteurs clés qui permettent, par exemple, de lutter contre l'inflation, comme dans le secteur agricole, dans certaines infrastructures, etc. Et donc, c'est ce système-là qu'on a. Et donc, et dans le cas du Ghana, c'est pire parce que dans le cas des autres pays, c'est les secteurs extractifs qui génèrent des dollars. Mais quand, par exemple, le secteur de votre grande distribution est contrôlé par le capital étranger, qui ont des profits en CEDI et qui doivent les convertir en dollars, mais ça veut dire que vous ne pouvez pas avoir de taux de change stable. Vous allez toujours être dans la même dynamique. Et c'est ça le système d'aide. Et donc, il faudrait prendre en compte le primary income balance. Et on peut prendre le cas de la Zambie. Parce que la Zambie a fait défaut et Grivet et Oman Chitonje en ont parlé en 2020. Et donc, ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que la crise de la dette actuelle en Zambie est le résultat de la manière dont la dette a été restructurée à la fin des années 80, à la fin des années 90. Donc, ça veut dire que c'est une évolution normale vu la manière dont le FMI et la Banque mondiale ont restructuré la crise de la dette zambienne à l'époque. Parce que, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait? D'une certaine manière, ils ont demandé au pays, voilà, on va restructurer votre dette, mais vous devez privatiser le secteur du cuivre qui vous rapporte vos revenus extérieurs. Et donc, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Entre 2000 et 2006, le stock de dette publique est passé de 4,4 milliards de dollars, 128% du revenu national brut, à moins d'1 milliard de dollars, c'est-à-dire 7,4% du PIB. Donc, ça veut dire que c'est vraiment une annulation importante. Hein? On est passé de 128% à moins de 8%. Et donc, quand il y a eu le boom des matières premières du cuivre, les prix ont augmenté 4 fois, 5 fois, les bénéfices n'ont pas été captés par l'économie zambienne. Et donc, on peut le voir également. Parce que ce qui s'est passé, c'est les cumuls des transferts de profits, de dividendes, sont passés de 1 milliard de dollars entre 2000 et 2005 à 5,5 milliards en 5 ans, entre 2006 et 2010. C'est-à-dire que d'un côté, on dit on annule la dette, mais de l'autre, les transferts de revenus et de dividendes explosent. Donc, c'est ce qui s'est passé dans le cas de la Zambie. Et donc, on a vu que sur toute cette période, on peut le voir sur le graphe, en fait, les transferts de profits et dividendes, si on les cumule, ça atteint près de 10 milliards de dollars. 10 milliards de dollars. Et donc, le stock de dette publique lui-même, qui était bas, jusqu'en 2012, c'était seulement 12% du revenu national brut. Mais c'est seulement, en fait, dans la période 2013-2009 qu'il a triplé, en tout cas en termes absolus, et aussi en termes relatifs, c'est passé de 12,6% du revenu national brut à 48% du revenu national brut.
5 minutes. 5.
Yeah. Et donc, ce que j'ai montré sur primary income balance, c'est juste la face émergée de l'iceberg. Parce que ça, c'est les transferts de revenus. Mais maintenant, il y a le pillage, le vol des ressources. Le vol des ressources. Et donc, ce vol des ressources, c'est ce qu'on appelle les flux financiers illicites. Et donc, il y a des estimations. Entre 1970 et 1991, selon Dikomana and Boyce, la Zambie a perdu 10,6 milliards de dollars. C'est 354% son PIB. Si la Zambie avait reçu ça, contrôler ça, est-ce que la Zambie aurait eu besoin d'émettre une dette en monnaie étrangère? Je ne le pense pas. En 2001 et 2010, 8,8 milliards de dollars, selon Global Financial Integrity. 2013-2015, 12,5 milliards de dollars. Et donc, en comparaison, la dette publique extérieure de la Zambie, c'était juste 1,2 milliard de dollars en 2010 et ça a augmenté à 12,5 milliards de dollars en 2021. Ce que je veux dire, c'est que être pays exportateur de matières premières dans le cercle vicieux de la dette. Des pays comme la Libye, qui avaient un contrôle national sur le secteur extractif, non, en tout cas sous Kadhafi, n'avaient pas de dette significative en monnaie étrangère, parce que ces pays n'en avaient pas besoin, parce qu'ils contrôlaient leur secteur extractif. Donc, dans le cas des pays africains qui sont riches en ressources, si ces ressources étaient gérées parce qu'ils ont les capacités techniques et parce qu'il y a la fiscalité appropriée, beaucoup de ces pays n'auraient pas été dans la nécessité d'émettre des dettes en monnaie étrangère, ou bien, en tout cas, pas avec les mêmes montants, d'une certaine manière. Et donc, ça aussi, ça a été mis en relief par un rapport du FMI sur la Zambie. Et donc, le FMI dit dans son rapport 2023 que, en fait, il y a des fuites sur la balance des paiements. Et donc, c'est à peu près entre un tiers des revenus d'exportation du cuivre durant les 5 dernières années. Et parfois, ça a atteint 20% du PIB. 20% du PIB. Et donc, c'est ça le problème. Et donc, le FMI dit, en 2020-2021, 50 à 90% des revenus d'exportation du cuivre n'ont pas été rapatriés. Donc, comment s'étonner que la Zambie fasse défaut? Donc, pour moi, dans le cas de la Zambie, le problème, ce n'est même pas de restructurer, c'est qu'on doit des réparations à la Zambie. Parce qu'avec tout ce pillage, on doit des réparations à ce pays. Donc, pour conclure rapidement, en fait, on ne peut pas comprendre les dynamiques de dette souveraine en Afrique sans tenir en compte les transferts de revenus par les multinationales et aussi par le pillage des ressources africaines. Parce que les pays qui sont riches en ressources, en fait, prennent des dettes en monnaie étrangère en raison de ces deux facteurs. Et donc, ce qu'il faudrait, d'une certaine manière, c'est que ces pays, en fait, quand ils sont soumis à cette double dynamique, c'est-à-dire des transferts de revenus et le pillage de leurs ressources, donc, ils n'accumulent pas les réserves de change qui leur auraient permis, d'une certaine manière, de stabiliser leur taux de change et d'éviter de s'endetter indûment en monnaie étrangère. Et donc, ce qui se passe, c'est que, d'une certaine manière, ils font face à un double problème. Le double problème, c'est qu'ils sont pénalisés parce qu'on les pille. Et d'une autre manière, quand ils sont dans une situation de crise, le FMI vient pour, en tout cas, aggraver leurs problèmes. Parce que le FMI, ce qu'il va dire, c'est juste de permettre les conditions d'une petite reprise de la croissance, mais en dénationalisant les économies et en les rendant plus dépendants vis-à-vis de l'étranger. Donc, ça veut dire que le FMI en lui-même ne peut pas permettre une restructuration des crises de dette en Afrique parce que tout revient à libéraliser davantage les économies et à les dénationaliser. Donc, en attendant une réforme significative du système financier international et du système de taxation internationale, il y a des choses que les pays africains peuvent faire dans la ligne de ce qu'a dit Redge. C'est-à-dire que tous ces pays, la plupart des pays africains sont riches en ressources naturelles. Des pays comme le Gabon, Guinée équatoriale, Congo, Brazzaville, ces pays devaient être parmi les plus riches au monde. Et donc, ce qu'il faut, c'est que ces pays doivent avoir un contrôle technique et fiscal sur le secteur exportateur et aussi sur le secteur financier. Et donc, ils peuvent aussi atténuer le problème des paiements internationaux en négociant des swap lines, par exemple, ou des possibilités de faire commerce dans leur propre monnaie. Et ça, c'est possible dans le monde multipolaire dans lequel nous sommes. Et donc, comme l'a dit Redge également, tout ce que nous pouvons faire nous-mêmes, nous finançons nous-mêmes. Donc, il faut privilégier d'une certaine manière un modèle de développement basé sur les choses que nous pouvons faire nous-mêmes ou développer nous-mêmes. Et maintenant, quand il s'agit des projets qui sont vraiment importants pour le pays, les projets d'infrastructure, mais qui ne génèrent pas des dollars, il faudrait faire très attention et trouver des formes de finances adéquates. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais dire aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Ndongo. Thank you very much. We have 30 minutes to lunch. So I will open the floor for questions, short comments, no additional presentations, please. Okay. But we have two interesting interventions. One focusing on, in a way, on the conceptual, intellectual realm, the framing and understanding of the problem, and the other giving us some, shall we say, more materialist engagement, with the problem. So let's open the floor, questions and short comments. We'll start here. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you very much, Yao. Excellent presentations. I'm not a scholar and I usually don't understand. And since the last 2 days, I was really struggling, but this is bringing it to. And thank you very much. Redge, I hear you. We are sharing those frustrations with our institutions, and we will continue to deal with everything we're doing with the utmost of Africanism and love for each other. There are tensions, there are difficulties at the regional and national level. I think we will be forgiving a number of things, but I hear you. I really do not only hear you, but feel what you're saying. And thank you very much for really doing and saying what you are saying, what you said, because that level of courage among academics doesn't exist. And yet I've been suffering from. We are program officers in big organizations. We manage millions of dollars. We don't even know how to handle things because people don't talk to us. So there is no way the same scholars or academics are going to talk through to power. Certainly not. Always against some petty cash. I have been a victim of a severe Kabbalistic behavior, both from scholars and civil society alike, only because I took on the role of a coordinator for matters relating to illicit financial flows and asset recovery. I had to keep the integrity of the program going, to reject $6 million and send staff home. They are currently serving termination notice. It made me very sick that in this age and time, the so-called Pan-African institutions are very sick to the point where we cannot even implement programs in the context of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, in the context of the African Union Commission, and in the context of African Development Bank. All three have been overtaken. The only institution standing so far that is doing things that we can understand is that of, I'm glad that Hippolyte is African. So we are going to retry the same things, and all of us know. So I'm just saying this because many people keep talking about African Union and its role, and African development and its role. And they are rightly the institutions that are supposed to be dealing with these matters. And in the institutional landscape at regional level, they have to play their role, but they are overtaken. They are really and truly captured. There is no way, neither at the leadership level, nor at the technical and operational level, these institutions can today claim that they are doing things in the interest of African governments. They can't. African Development Bank cannot, and African Union Commission cannot. African Economic Commission for Africa is a United Nations organization, global level. Therefore, it was meant to be the United Nations arm in Africa. It was captured by 2 consecutive boys and girls sent from between New York and Washington. They share who are the Africans who are supposed to come to and lead our institutions, and they dump them there. And the wrecking behavior of these ones continue. One thing that I wish the academic to really correct. Sub-Saharan Africa doesn't exist if you're a Pan-Africanist. that is a construct of the World Bank. So please, I think you can do the effort of aggregating when you're talking on behalf of Africa. Talk Africa, please. I don't know where North Africa is supposed to fit and where we are supposed to fit Algeria and Tunisia and all our people in the north when your figures are still showing Sub-Saharan Africa that we don't understand. I will be saying something else later, but at this stage, really, thank you very much for clearing the air for us.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président de séance. Je vais être très bref. Je suis le professeur Cherif Salifsi. C'est un peu des motions de félicitations. Hein. Je commence par l'intervention de Brèche. Je crois que l'angle d'attaque que vous avez présenté est vraiment celui qu'il faut. Et c'est ce que je vais faire tout à l'heure, cet après-midi. Revenir sur les considérations, pas seulement, disons, techniques, mais les théories empreintes d'idéologie profonde partie depuis Ragnar Nurske et Rostov, considérant qu'il ne peut y avoir de développement économique et social que lorsque l'investissement repose non pas sur un développement endogène, mais sur l'attrait de ressources extérieures, l'aide extérieure. Je crois que fondamentalement, tant que nous ne ferons pas la critique de cette théorie idéologique, il sera difficile de nous en sortir. Par contre, votre texte que j'ai regardé est plus précis sur la question des économistes et des intellectuels. Dans le texte, vous interpellez pour une stratégie de changement les hétérodoxes. Donc, ne blâmez pas les intellectuels et les économistes. Blâmez les économistes conventionnels au service de ces chefs et de ces leaders. Bon, maintenant, les réponses, vous en proposez le cadre théorique, je l'ai dit, il faut vraiment revoir les considérations théoriques, étant donné que le problème de l'endettement s'inscrit dans l'économie politique de l'endettement. Nous l'oublions très souvent. Le deuxième point, c'est les réserves. On ne peut pas financer le développement avec les réserves. Les réserves, vous les utilisez, vous dormirez au bord de la mer. Les réserves, ça sert à autre chose. Je félicite également Ndongo pour sa présentation dont les développements recouvrent ma propre théorie de la croissance appauvrissante. Je crois que ce n'est pas les taux de croissance très élevés, comme on les a connus en Guinée, qui feront le développement. Je crois que fondamentalement, le développement économique et social reposera sur le traitement donné à la ressource dont on dispose le plus. Pour les pays du Nord, la ressource dont on dispose le plus, c'est peut-être les capitaux, mais pour les pays comme les nôtres, c'est surtout la main-d'œuvre. Tant que tout le travail que nous faisons ne se traduit pas en occupation, offre d'occupation avec des revenus rémunérateurs, décents et rémunérateurs pour la population, il n'y aura pas de salut. Voilà pour le moment les deux seuls commentaires que je voulais faire. Je vous remercie. Merci beaucoup.
We come here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the two very clear and conceptual, enlightening presentations. I was just wondering, Ndongo, if you could reflect at least briefly on we call it CIADI, it's IC, the forum for denouncing or for going to arbitrage on the bilateral investment agreements. That I'm assuming, I don't know much about Africa, but this has been a huge deal in many Latin American countries since we signed them and ratified them, except from Brazil in the 90s. And then, especially to my country, they brought a lot of trouble and problems after our immense crisis in 2001. I was trying to find out, I just see, at least from Google, that only South Africa is a country that's apart from this forum ICSID. So I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that, given the importance of FDI for the region. Thank you.
That's what being said. Let's move to 1, 2, 3. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is for Ndongo. I want to thank you for your presentation. And, there was a very valuable, I think, analytical breakdown of this question of foreign exchange. And, in the case of Sri Lanka, we're also asking questions about whether, for example, foreign earnings can be used, imports can be prioritized, right, to reduce dependency. But, and I understand the specificity of the continent's issues are different. But my question is this, that, you mentioned in that breakdown the ruling classes, especially dependence on luxury imports. So my question as well is, even if you manage to develop, greater control over these, say, extractive sectors, to what extent can you also imagine the possibility that there might still be pressure to increase these sort of sovereign debt borrowings or other commercial borrowings to finance this type of luxury consumption? Because what we saw in Sri Lanka was, again, there is a current account deficit as well, but these commercial borrowings and other inflows were being used for luxury real estate and other types of speculation. And so I was wondering, just to summarize, is there a possibility here to think as well about other forms of self-sufficiency that are directed more towards working people's needs rather than, again, also always looking outside? If you were going to frame it, in addition to control, right, over the extractive sector, what else is possible in terms of self-sufficiency? Thank you.
The question is for Ndongo. This is going to be a short question, but I'm have any the direct sort of the contributions of the FDI, the foreign investing enterprises for imports and exports. So again, if they're import dependent for the capital goods and others, and so that could easily inflate, right, the drain on the balance payments. And I did my PhD dissertation on China's FDI. So I'm just wondering if there's any sort of, we know equity is a very costly way of financing, right? They demand very high returns. And so all these repatriation of profits and dividends and all that, it's quite well known. But I'm wondering, are there any sort of other benefits from the FDI? In other words, can the countries negotiate, right? For example, technological transfer. I think that would be super helpful as a way to, utilize FDI. Thank you.
Hello, excuse me, somebody.
No, thank you. I would like to really join the order in congratulating the two, and I think they made really highly complementary presentations. And the emphasis on ideology by Nkosi is actually very important. And he was actually a bit harsh, I believe, on African intellectual and particularly African economists. I do agree with him that there is lack of consensus and coherence to have one voice on this important topic, and the way Peter Doyle has been championing some of the issues is this issue. But if you go back to Adebayo Adedeji, 1 or 2 decades ago, I think he was really a very forceful voice on some of these issues. And I think the idea is for us to be inspired by what he did and find a way to create the conditions whereby African leaders are listening to African intellectuals. And the reality is that when they are facing financing crunch, the first thing for them is to listen to the IMF. And they are not concerned about medium to long-term solutions. They're looking for short-term and immediate actions, which are balance of payment pressure that they have to deal with. So it's a vicious cycle, and how do we get out of that is really the issue. Now, coming back to Dr. Sylla, I think I have to thank you for the excellent job done looking at the figure and the number closely. And one question I have is that looking at your number, it seems like we're almost a net creditor to the rest of the world. If you combine interest payment and then what leads to the primary, isn't it? Now, then the key issue becomes, should we continue to blame the IMF on some of this issue, or should we also blame Africans in the management of natural resources? Because it's not uniform across the world. If you go to Abu Dhabi, for instance, they've done a better job than many countries. If you go to Norway, I mean, I had a Norwegian colleague in the World Bank, Ingeborg Klepi, who reminded me that 30 years ago, there was no hot water in their country. And then when they got the oil, they decided to make sure that it would be used to transform the country. So my question is, if I use this quote, you cannot keep doing the same thing, same way, and keep expecting something different to happen. So we've not done a good job on resource management. I think I fully agree on the IMF World Bank responsibility, but it's time that we start also looking inward on what we've not done right. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, and then we come to the end.
Okay, Ndongo, anyway, thanks to both of you. Ndongo, I completely agree with what you said, but I'm just worried that maybe, we focus only on the most obvious enemy. Because, after the 1980s, globally, what has been clear is there has been a rise to dominance of finance. I mean, the nature of capitalism has changed. Now, it could be that some small countries can only get access to this global finance through bond issues, which is why the frontier markets exist. But there's a significant amount of money which goes out of these countries, not only because FDI comes in. A significant amount of money goes in because of the fact that finance through its multiple carriers, which is not merely, asset management firms investing in secondary markets, insurance companies coming and taking over domestic insurance companies, the banking sector coming and taking over banks. I mean, in Mexico, it hardly took 3-4 years after they liberalized for almost all the major banks to be taken over by international banks. So there is basically, you have to recognize that there is also a push of international finance and focusing only on FDI, which is always an enemy, of course, and remains. That we might be missing actually something which is much more insidious, and in any case, which might even not show up in the current account, because if I come make an investment and there's capital appreciation and I take back my investment, booking my profits, it doesn't show as profit. It shows as an asset price. So, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but maybe we shouldn't reduce it only to illicit financial flows and FDI, but also talk about the fact that there is a new major enemy in the international system, which we have to be conscious.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Moi, je suis Ablaye Bagayo, je viens du Mali. Je suis le coordinateur du réseau CADTM Afrique, comité pour l'abolition des dettes illégitimes. Merci beaucoup, Ndongo. Le fait que la dette africaine soit libellée en devise, je pense que certains pays ont déjà communiqué des chiffres. Le Cameroun a dit que sa dette a été augmentée de 573 milliards de francs CFA. Cela veut dire que c'est un emprunt que le Cameroun n'a pas contracté, mais sa dette s'est trouvée augmentée avec l'augmentation de la valeur du dollar sur l'euro. Donc ça, c'est important. Quand vous regardez le stock de la dette africaine, ce n'est pas le montant total là, qui a été contracté par les dirigeants en réalité. Il y a le jeu monétaire qui est là. Donc, c'est très important de souligner cette partie. Mais aussi, ceux qui ont fait la présentation le mentaient, il y a un lien ici avec la dette climatique, avec la crise climatique. Parce que le protocole de Kyoto 1998 et l'accord de Paris en 2015, les dirigeants occidentaux se sont engagés à allouer chaque année 100 milliards de dollars à l'Afrique pour réparer les dégâts climatiques causés. Parce que si nous sommes d'accord que l'Afrique ne met que 4% des gaz à effet de serre, et donc les multinationales qui polluent l'Afrique, donc la dette climatique, elle existe, elle doit être reconnue et payée. Je pense que c'est une revendication de Afrodate, c'est une revendication de toutes les structures qui travaillent sur la thématique de la dette. Également, vous n'avez pas mentionné la question des accords de libre-échange. Par exemple, le Cameroun, quand le Cameroun était rentré dans une situation de surendettement, le Cameroun avait suspendu l'accord de libre-échange pour essouffler un peu. La Zambie n'a pas suspendu l'accord de libre-échange qui lui permet quand même de dégager des ressources fiscales. Et ça, c'est très important. Et donc, j'ai une question à poser. Que pensez-vous des conséquences sur les nouvelles formes de dette, notamment les prêts garantis par les ressources naturelles, les prêts bleus, les prêts océans, la Guinée-Conakry, le Gabon et même la Zambie qui sont rentrés dans ces nouveaux types de prêts? Merci.
Okay. Yes, go there. Yeah. Are there any hands at the back?
Thank you.
So that we can come towards the back.
My name is Chandrasekhar. I'm from Ghana here. I'm the Executive Secretary of Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana. I just want to encourage my brother. You've done a very fantastic job this afternoon. What I want to find out from, will you make your statement available to us so that we can take it up from there? And may I also find out, you are coming from Senegal. I believe you said so. The introduction, so you're from Senegal, isn't it? So you just had a new young man being elected. Would you like to be in, if he's appointing you into his government, what will be your advice to him based on the presentation you get made this afternoon in his government? If you want to go for external debt finance, if you want to go to IMF, or if you want to go to World Bank to look for loans to come and support his government, what will you advise him? Thank you.
Okay, there seems to be, let's ask the panel to quickly respond. Ndongo, we start with you.
Thank you for all the questions. About Sri Lanka, I do not know the case very well. I will be dependent on what I read from the work of Ahelian and also the paper by Chandru Jayati and another author published by Perry. It seems to me that Sri Lanka has been having recurrent current account deficits, trade deficits. And when they took loan before the pandemics, etc., these loans were not used to finance projects that would generate US dollars. And this creates problem. My feeling is that these countries should respect the resource constraint. In a way, they have to make sure that they mobilize all their domestic resources. And by domestic resources, I am thinking not in financial terms, but in terms of capacity. Otherwise, if you have a development model which relies on external capacity, if you are not able to generate surpluses in your balance of current account balance, well, you'll have inflation, you'll have debt distress. So I mean, all these countries, they should try to respect the resource constraint. And for me, the debt issue in many countries which are not resource rich in the sense that they don't have an oil sector, copper sector, well, they have to be very vigilant when it comes to issue debt in foreign currency. They have to be very, very, very vigilant. So they have to mobilize their resources. And the thing is also, there are some countries which are not economically viable in the sense that they are too much dependent on foreign resources. And if you don't have the capacity to generate that within the current system, you will be in the debt trap. But this is my answer without knowing very well the case of Sri Lanka. Yeah, Yanni, what you said about FDI, we should, I mean, FDI is a good thing, but in Africa, most of the FDI we have is in the extractive sector, so it's different. So we have to attract FDI to increase our capacity to rearticulate our economy in a way that we have functional, economies, articulation between agriculture, industry, the sector producing capital goods, the sector producing mass consumption goods, extra. We need FDI for that. But the kind of FDI we have is purely extractive, you see. And generally, African countries think that you need FDI to have foreign exchange and also to create jobs. FDI does not create jobs in Africa. I remember there's a statistic by a company, I don't remember the name, but in Africa, let's say between 2000 and 2016, foreign direct investment was creating 150,000 jobs a year. So you could not rely on FDI to create jobs. Jobs have to be created internally. And this allows me to answer Chandru. Chandru, I think we have a specificity in Africa because we don't have national economies. I mean, in Brazil, you could have Petrobras. In most of the African countries, we don't have Petrobras. So we don't have a control over our economic surplus. So the surplus is being siphoned by these companies. And these are amounts that we could have used for our own development instead of issuing debt in foreign currency. If you take, for example, the case of Ghana, I discussed with some policymakers, they would say, we don't have the money to control our own retail sector. That's what Redge was saying, loanable fund theory. And what will happen? Foreign capital will come, will take over the foreign sector. The sector will be growing due to demographics, and they will have profits, and they will be exchanged cedis to dollars. And it will have a downward pressure on the exchange rate, the central bank raise interest rate, all these kind of things. So in Africa, it's special because these countries are colonial to some extent. We have a colonial economic structure. So the issue of extractive FDI is really, really important. And we could not disconnect that from, from the debt issue. So the question is always, why do we need US dollars? Why do we need to attract foreign capital? And here we have, Her Excellency Ndongo. He told me when I interviewed him, when you have local currency bond markets and you want to attract foreign capital, there is a rule of thumb saying that whenever there is $1 that is invested, you have to provision $3. So what is the point of attracting foreign capital to buy your debt in domestic currency? You could just ask your central bank to provide, the domestic currency. And you could try to manage your cocoa, your gold, etc., in a way that helps you, address your productive shortcomings. Dr. Hippolyte Fofak. I mean, we should blame the IMF for the economic malpractice described by Peter Doyle very well this morning. But there are responsibilities that are African. I mean, the governments should make sure that they have a technical and fiscal control over their export sector. In Francophone Africa, in Gabon, for example, in Congo Republic, until the 1990s, the French public company ELF controlled the total oil sector. That means the volume, the quality, the prices, etc., were controlled by ELF. And there was somehow transparent bribing mechanisms that were, not legally prohibited by the French Ministry of Finance. They would say that we are in a competitive world. So we briefed African elites to secure, these oil fields, because otherwise the US, etc., they will take over, and that was something legal, in France. So, yeah. And maybe another thing is that, well, the thing is also, if you do not follow IMF advice, the US, French, UK military will crush you. Libya, Iraq. So that's the thing. So maybe sometimes the IMF path is an easier path. So Andre, I do not know very well the ISDS issue, but I know that most African countries, at the time of their independence, they have signed bilateral investment treaties, which are, to be discussed critically.
Thanks. Unless we undermine the system that says international capital is the answer to the challenges in the developing world, we're condemned. We'll be sitting here again talking to that. And undermining this system is simple. The theory is there and policies that we made from it to undermine this system. China, we talk of China here as if it's magical. It simply went through a system of domestic credit creation. Post-op. This is exactly what happened in Germany, in Japan, Taiwan, and so on. Domestic capital. They undermine the system. China has basically undermined IMF, and all these persons. So yes, Dr. Fofak, the challenges for Africa are multiple. All right, leadership, or the political leadership, have to take responsibility for that. There's no doubt. But there's no way we can exclude scholars like all these who are sitting here. At the center of these scholars is this particular thinking, which says, well, international capital is the answer. It's not, and has never been. Because even these developed countries come from a place where they were using domestic capital. So I feel we don't blame ourselves enough. And until we do that, the gentleman from Ghana asking about whether we'll come back here in 5 years, wondering how we're going to defeat the debt crisis is real and quite certainly a possibility. I mean, Kwame Nkrumah must be worried, here in Accra that we have these challenges. Just a reflection on FDI. I think the recent research on FDI confirmed quite extensively what Ndongo is saying, because the previous research on FDI was based again on theories of the same international capital. All right. So when you begin to move away from such type of thinking and the policies that come from there, quite easily we are able to undermine the international order that is really enslaving the developing world. So, yeah, I think Professor, well, we can blame ourselves, I think, in my view. So internal blaming is necessary for Africans. As much as we blame the IMF and the World Bank, we have allowed them to undermine us by undermining ourselves. And until we begin to reorder our thoughts around, thinking itself, that's it. I mean, what can China do? I'm told at some point in time, was it in Zambia? The airport was, I don't know whether it's true or not, was under threat, all right? A national asset was under threat. Yet, what I know, having stayed in Zambia for a while, Zambia can easily do all those things domestically, just as Colombo can do, Accra can do. So there ought to come a point that our training as economists, I think all of us were trained in the same way, and I think we should begin to change. Thanks.
I see some of the economists are protesting loudly that they belong to something else. I guess that's what the whole heterodox business is about. How do we formulate a different paradigm for approaching things? Anyway, please join me in giving a round of applause to our panelists. And thank you all very much for your participation. We'll break for lunch and come back at 2:30 for the moderated roundtable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Then, of course, you will think of it.
Because it's on by natural resources. This thing is that, I mean, foreign capital, why not?
We're still running the colonial economy. Totally agree with you. And this is where we need to work very hard and see how we can improve this thing. The point that was made also that we need to find a way to speak to our leaders. I don't know if as a state, of course I want to read, but I don't know what to speak to. Yeah, we have to do that. Because who are But you were saying about Excellent. Answer my question.